And I have Chris basically, by the show today, if the phones aren't back on, then, we got to cancel on Golish for tomorrow because they only do phones.
Right. And the phones aren't working. I can tell you that right now.
Right. Yeah. Ambient, you were the first one.
Like Dion trying to get a recruit, Ambient.
Morning, Paul. Who's our bronze medalist today? It's Coffin Ball by a nose.
Ooh, photo finish.
Yes.
For the trifecta. "21 of 24 sweeps when 3-0, and nothing's ever gone to Game 6. That's remarkable.
I know.
I mean, isn't that stat just remarkable to you?
Yes, it is. Especially since in the last 10, it was the road team doing the sweeping. So in theory, if the home team had won, they then would be playing Game 5 at home.
Right. That's just, I found that to be a fascinating stat.
And I mean, think about it was during the pandemic that Houston was down 3-0 to the Rays and forced a Game 7 in the LCS.
Love to see the Yankees get Game 5.
Totally. Rizzo, by the way, channeling his inner Millar before the game. Because, he was on the Cubs when they were down 3-1. And so he said, what about a comeback? And he goes, well, we get them tonight. We send Cole to the hill for Game 5. And then who was it who started Game 6? He goes, and we send a really pissed off so-and-so to the hill in Game 6. And Game 7's a crapshoot.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. We will get over it together the final Wednesday of October. Hold on one second. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. A longer one this morning in honor of the baseball season seeing one more day. That was kind of like the Yankees' 8th inning last night. Tacking 5 on to make sure that we have a Game 5.
Getting rid of all drama last night in the game in the 8th inning. Because I don't know about you, David, until they tacked on more, I wasn't very sure that they were going to be able to get the horse into the barn.
I actually think that Roberts made a mistake in the 8th inning last night. All right. The bottom of the order for the Yankees starts to, get it going again. They did all the damage really in the game until, the 3-run homer by Torres in the 8th. But in fact, I think the 1 through 6 guys in the lineup only had one hit through the first 7+ innings of the game. So the bottom of the order gets it going. They tack on a run and they got guys on. And I actually thought he should have brought in a good reliever. Okay. He left that guy out there to just throw however many pitches he was going to throw. And he wanted to say, because my thought was Soto had an offer and Judge had an offer. And I'm like, don't let them get off their schneid. Soto didn't have a great game 3 either. Okay. And I'm like, listen, just don't. I mean, it's one thing. And then when Torres hit the 3-run homer, I really thought, you should have a good reliever ready here to come in and get the final 2 outs. And do not let Soto and Judge get a couple of knocks here. Don't do it. And sure enough, Soto doubles and Judge drives him in. And I'm like, this is a mistake. This is, because if the Yankees had won, but Judge hung an 0 for 4 up there, okay, it's like, yeah, but, we ain't going to win 4 in a row unless he shows up. And he didn't show up again. But he gets an RBI single in the 8th. And Mark, it's like the hockey player hasn't scored in 12 games, okay, and he gets credit for one late that goes off his shin guard, or the puck just ends up being there and he just taps it in and he did nothing, but he gets the goal and that gets him going. Us golfers, okay, not having a good day. And all of a sudden we put a couple shots together on 18. And then the very next time we play, we're playing well. Why? Because the last time we hit the ball great. I'm telling you, I wonder if Roberts is going to come back and regret not having a better pitcher in the game for the 8th inning or the very end of the 8th inning. Because the other thing is that he allowed the Yankees then to put in an arm that, they didn't care if the guy threw 30, 40 pitches because they had a big lead. I mean, to me, if I was Roberts, I would have kept the pressure on the Yankees and forced them to get another 3 high leverage outs from their closer or from one of their back end bullpen guys.
History is so much on the side of the Dodgers, it's not even funny. There have been 24 times that there was a 3-0 lead. 21 of them were sweeps. Only 3 times has it been extended to a Game 5. It's never been extended to a Game 6, ever, in the World Series.
That's remarkable to us. Because the last 10 times before last night, that the team that was facing elimination down 3-0 was doing so at home, or all but one. And so the thought is, well, if they win Game 4 at home, they're playing Game 5 at home. But so the Yankees, the first team since the 1970 Reds to be down 3-0 to even force a Game 5. And now they'll send their ace to the hill, trying to send the series back to Los Angeles.
Us sports fans have become Yankees fans for tonight. We want to see the series extended another game. Want to see a little pressure come on the Dodgers, who have had seemingly none in this series thus far.
Hey, Freeman's not going to homer again, is he?
Probably.
This is unbelievable. And what's also unbelievable is that I guess the Yankees are only going to throw him fastballs, right? They're not going to try anything else? A changeup, a curve, a slider, a sweeper. I don't know. Throw a knuckle curve, something? Anybody? Anything?
How about just to the outside part of the plate?
Well, they did last night. I mean, I will say he did have to reach out, and that was on the outer part of the plate, and he hooked that sucker. But yes, they at least made the adjustment, okay, from the first 3 games to game 4, in which they said, well, make him reach out and pull the fastball. Well, now he's done that.
Remarkable.
And if you go back 3 years when the Braves won it, he was still an Atlanta Brave. He homered in the last 2 games of that World Series. He has homered in 6 consecutive World Series games.
He wouldn't see a pitch. And he certainly wouldn't see a fastball.
I mean, I mean, 2 out, nobody on in the first inning today. I mean, you don't put up 4 fingers, although there's a guy that owns Cole, owns them. And earlier this year, in a 2 out and nobody on in like the 5th or 6th inning, he put up 4 fingers, Cole did. He just sent the guy to first base. The guy looked around like, are you serious? And Cole's like, yeah, I ain't facing you. You owe me. You're my daddy. I'll just put you on first. And I forget the guy. I think it was Martinez of the Guardians, but just owned him. And Cole just said, yeah, I'm just not pitching to you. Not even going to waste my time.
But the Yankees get their ace on the hill tonight. Boy, you got to imagine they're going to let him just throw it until he can't throw it tonight.
Sure. Yeah. It shouldn't be 88 pitches tonight.
Right.
Yeah. If he's got it going through 6, you got to think he sees the 7th tonight.
I would hope so.
But so we'll see what happens. You know, it's sports. We've all seen recently. What can't happen? Hell.
You know what can't happen, David? You can't tap out as a quarterback.
No.
That's what can't happen.
No, you can't.
There's a lot of things you can do, but ultimately tapping out as quarterback, 10 for 22 might have got you another start. Tapping out as quarterback because you were tired, that did it for Anthony Richardson.
Right. The 44% completion percentage, that's not apparently going to get him benched. But tapping out because I'm too tired. Wait, what? You mean you can't hand the ball off on this play? What? They call a running play for you? You can't audible? I mean, quarterbacks do it all the time when they call a pass play and you've taken a big hit and you're like, yeah, I'm in no position to throw the ball right now. We're going to run it. Maybe a shovel pass. That's about all I have in me. I need a little more time, coach.
So a change in Indianapolis, a big injury in Houston.
Yeah. Yeah, that's big.
That is big.
That's their number 1 receiver. And that's the one guy that draws safety attention from the other team. How about the Jags trading away a starting left tackle yesterday? I mean, big name, big salary, free agent at the end of the year. And they traded him away for, I don't know, proverbial song. I mean, 5th round pick.
It's why I don't see the trade market as active as maybe you do, David, because what they're getting in return doesn't seem to be enough. Now, you may see salary dumps like that, guys that are in the last year of their contract that you're getting as rentals, but I don't see the big move that everybody wants to see.
And clearly that's a player that they had decided that they were not going to bring back. Free agent at the end of the year. He's 29 years old. And they decide, we've had enough of Cam Robinson. And the Vikings saying, yeah, I'll trade away a 5th round pick for a starting left tackle for the final 10 plus games of this year and hopefully some playoff games. Absolutely. We got a real shot. This NFC is wide open. Why not us? So I like it. And the Jags do save money. I mean, this guy's making 16. So, they owe him 8-9 million the rest of the year. About 9 million. I guess they're picking up some of it. So figure they're saving $6 million. I mean, 6 million, 6 million. That's not bad. I'm done with this guy.
Yeah, I mean, the money is what it is. I 6 million's chump change in the NFL.
I understand. It's like 2.5% of the cap. I get it. But I don't know. That's true. I mean, to you and I, 6 million still seems like it's a decent amount of money. I mean, maybe if we were in those offices, it wouldn't be.
I can't imagine Mr. Khan was looking down at Balky there going, you know what I need you to do? We need to trim off 7 million out of the salary cap. That's what's going to save us.
Hey, boss. Good news. We traded Cam. We got a 5th-round pick. And, just so you know, because you're pumping about $1 billion into the stadium over the next few years, I just saved you about 6-7 mil.
I think I bought you a concession stand, boss. And 2 bathrooms.
Not big, good bathrooms, just bathrooms. What do you say? We can call it the Cam Concourse. No? Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Tacori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Darcy, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
Jake on YouTube, hello, we're doing great. Thanks for asking. Thanks for watching. Hello to the YouTubers, as well as the Twitchers.
And we're glad that you're doing well. I got no more use for it. I'm done with this guy. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate that. Yes, and he redshirted, I think, just in time to play another year, Feeney. Oh, Jake, I know you'll be thinking about your dad today. Think about the good stuff. I thought he did because I thought after he came back and played this last game that he decided I'm done for the year, and I thought he had only played 4 games, and so I thought he saved a final year of eligibility. I could be wrong. I just thought I read that in passing. Yes, Mongo, it was Matt Baker who signed on with the Athletic a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, that was a difficult story to write.
What did he do?
He had to write about the Ben Fletcher guy being named interim coach in place of Abdul Rahim. And did anybody see the photo? So, we all have our different levels of faith from 0 to 10, but so there's a guy, in the crowd, like second, third row of the presser, and he's just taking a photo, and you got the AD on the left and you got the interim head coach who's sitting to his left, our right. And there literally is a beam of light that comes in out of nowhere and is shining on the interim head coach.
Wow.
Yes.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this hump day. Hump day. Yeah. Now, you can't get on me. I haven't done that in a long time. I don't know if I've done that this year.
You haven't done it in a couple of years.
I used to do it every hour.
No, you did.
And Mark, I think on the air during our first act, threatened me with violence. Like, one more time, and this ends.
Every week. Several times per week.
I loved the Geico commercial. I did. I loved it. I was
Mike
all in.
Camel.
I did. Mike. I loved it. Yep. Mark, I think the first time or two, Mark's like, yeah, this is cute. And then he realized, oh, blank. He's going to do this every hour, every Wednesday. Oh, man. I got to end this. I got to end this or I got to end him. One or the other. Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Coming at you in the Floormeister studios. Floormeister's in Naples, just keeping it real. So, did you see that we had a basketball player transfer yesterday? Now, the season starts Monday.
Okay.
So, obviously, that's a late transfer. And how in the world can he transfer at this late date? Well, his coach quit 2 weeks ago. He's a Virginia kid. And Tony Bennett, what was it, a week and a half ago? 2 weeks tops, it seems. He just said, I can't do this anymore. This whole college sports scene sucks. It's not for me. I'm done. You got 30 days. Here's, however, as Tim Randall would say, the fly in the ointment. So he can transfer and get his year of eligibility, but he's ineligible to play this year because classes have already started. So, he announced he's transferring. He can go wherever. A pretty good player, came from Florida State, was going to start for Virginia. Either that or he was going to be first guard off the bench. He was in a battle for the point guard position, but they thought he was the leader in the clubhouse for it, if you will. Good player, can start and play in the ACC, but, you can transfer, but you can't play this year. Don't you think if he challenged that in court, he'd win?
Here's the reason that he might not, David. We are well into the semester.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I could see where he could play in January.
Right.
But not before January. Like, literally have to be in a class. I mean,
right.
Look, I know it's a sham. I know it's pay for play. I get all of that. But in order to play for the school, shouldn't you have to attend a class at the school?
Well, ideally, although we joke all the time, there's many a freshman who, football season starts so early. And if they're like, wasn't it 1 year? Doesn't Ohio State do the quarter system? And they don't go to their first class till the second week of September. So you could play 2-3 games at Ohio State before you take your first class at Ohio State.
But you're enrolled in a class.
Yes.
For that semester in which the sport is going to be played.
Right.
Now, I think he should be able to play in January.
But you don't think he should be able to play next week?
No. I do. I mean, there has to be some rules.
Well, but the rule is, you can't leave at this late date unless your coach leaves.
And the coach left, but the semester's nearly over. No. The semester's nearly over, David.
Yeah, but Mark, come on. How many classes are a midterm and a final? I mean, he's missed the midterm.
Midterms have passed.
They have. They have. He could make them up, but usually the final counts for at least 60% of your grade. Besides, I mean, we're actually discussing academics as if this is an important part of the equation here.
I do believe, and I guess I'm foolish or naive, I do believe you have to attend the school that you play the sport for. If we're going to end that, then change the name of these things.
Wait, you actually think going to college is a necessary part of playing college sports?
I know, I'm nuts.
You do seem, you're like a step away from being get off my lawn guy here. You don't realize how old you sound. You actually think the kid has to go to class. You don't even say he has to get good grades in the class. Okay. You think he has to walk in a classroom in order to be able to play basketball there. I find that very charming of you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Almost quaint.
I guess it's my get off my lawn moment of the day. I would like the student to at least, the athlete, the professional college player.
Right. That's just it. I mean, I thought the only thing that was necessary was that he get paid the right amount of money to decide to go there.
What is this, UNLV football?
Well, might as well be. Hell, did you see what Michigan announced yesterday? They're trying to flip this quarterback that's verbally committed to LSU, and they have publicly come out and say, we'll match their offer. I mean, that's where we're
Anything
at.
for a quarterback. We've already got Portnoy's $3 million. We should be able to come close.
Yep. But I mean, that's where we're at. Michigan has literally publicly just said, whatever you're getting paid, we'll match it. And you think this kid's got to go to class. That's adorable.
Thank you. I know it sounds foolish and naive, and I'm guilty as charged.
It doesn't. In one sense, it doesn't. It's like, yeah, no blank. The kid's got to go to class to be able to play there. Yeah. We have to have some proof he's actually part of the school. But then you look at it from the other way and you go, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Coach quit on him 2 weeks ago. Do you know kids still have like 2 more weeks at Virginia to transfer? Because it's 30 days from when Bennett quit. I think he quit mid-October. Hell, they could play the first like 3 games of the year for the Cavaliers and go, yeah, this ain't working out for me. So you think he should be able to play second semester, if you will?
Yes.
Right now, the rule is, and the kid's name is Jalen Worley. He actually played for Florida State the last couple of years, transferred to Virginia. And he announced yesterday, yeah, I came here for Tony Bennett. Tony Bennett's not here. I'm leaving. And the NCAA is like, that's fine. Transfer wherever you want. Can't play, though, this year.
That does seem a little odd. I mean, if he's enrolled in school,
I mean, Mark, I can get him enrolled by Friday. Season starts Monday. You don't think there's an ASUN school that could benefit from Jalen Worley showing up?
I'm sure that there is. Sure, there's plenty of schools that would benefit from him showing up right now.
Right.
Who couldn't use a point guard?
Yeah.
I mean, anytime you have depth at the guard position, David, that's a helpful thing for collegiate basketball.
I mean, Calipari's always willing to bring in a guy at a minute's notice. And you know I'm right about that. Hell, like Will Wade won't bring in a kid 4 minutes before the season starts. Please. Like Bill Self wouldn't do it either. Come on.
Only if they have eligibility, David.
Well, he's got it. And they're like, yeah, but they say I can't play right now. We got a lawyer. We'll fight it for you. You don't think you can get a Kansas judge to give him a temporary injunction?
Oh, now you're on to something.
All we have to do is stall this thing for about 4 or 5 months. Season's over. Doesn't do the NCAA any good if they win in April and May.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Take a title away from somebody?
Got a lot of opportunities to do that. The starting 5 is next. Miller and
The
Moulton.
world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, and being Duke this year could be like the year they had Zion, which we all knew he was only going to be 1 year. But if you remember, they got beat in the Elite Eight by Michigan State that year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us as we get over the hump together this final Wednesday of October. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We got Seth Everett coming up in a little more than an hour. He was at Game 4 of the World Series last night. We've got Bud Elliott 2 hours from now talking all things college football. You know, it's Florida-Georgia week, Mark.
Or Georgia-Florida week, depending on your perspective.
That's right. And, you know, you got the highly ranked dogs, you got the unranked Gators, and so they start talking about some of the biggest upsets in past years as if, you know, that's on the table.
16.5's the number in that one, David.
Woo-wee. Man, that's a big number in this game.
It really is.
So we'll talk to Bud about that. Chris Perkins joins us to kick off our Diamond District bonus hour. Talk a little Dolphins. They haven't made a trade yet. We'll see if they're gonna. All three guests will join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Right now, it's time for
Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, let's start with the World Series, which didn't end last night. Although, come on, 15 minutes into it, you thought, oh, this sucker's over. Because, man, was it a weird first inning. So Freddie Freeman homers again. Apparently, that's a law that was passed by Congress, or maybe it was an executive order by Biden. I don't know. But Freeman must homer in every World Series game. So he did it again last night. He's homered in every game of this World Series, and he homered in the last 2 games of the 2021 World Series. So his last 6 World Series games, he's homered in all 6 games. I don't know. That seems impressive. So it's 2-0 Dodgers. And did you see the first at-bat of the game for the Yankees? Mookie Betts. Hell, he's lucky he still has his arm. Man, those 2 Yankee fans were out of control.
That was really strange.
If you didn't see it, so Betts right up to the wall. You know, there's not a lot of foul territory at Yankee Stadium. It's like, 2 steps tops down the right field line. He jumps up, he catches the ball. Okay? But 2 Yankee fans have his glove and arm surrounded, and as he's coming down with the ball in his glove, the one fan is literally prying open his glove, and the other fan is ripping the ball out. And you see the ball fall harmlessly to the ground. Now, fortunately, the umpires were right there, and they ruled out fan interference, the whole deal. He caught it, whatever the ruling was. And those 2 Yankee fans, and we use that phrase loosely, so how much do you think they paid for those seats?
Well, not as much as they would have paid if it was 2-2 in the series, but they played a pretty penny for him, David. Or 2-1 in the series, rather. That's
true. But, and never mind, it's like $70 to park. I mean, in fact, Seth Everett was at the game last night. He purchased a parking pass. We'll ask him how much. I know he got in for free. I'm just curious now how much it cost him to park. But so anyway, and the fans got thrown out. That was the first inning last night. Freeman homered, and 2 Yankee fans accosted Mookie Betts and then tried to argue he invaded their space. Said the ball was in the crowd. That's my ball. He has no right to it. That's what they argued. But Mark, in this day and age, there's 2 sides to everything. And social media immediately came to the defense of the fans, saying they're showing more fight than Aaron Judge and the Yankees. Take it easy.
Someone's trying to take Betts out. It certainly wasn't the Yankees pitching staff.
Anyway, Volpe with a grand slam in the 3rd gave the Yankees the lead for good. Up 6-4, bottom of the 8th. They put a 5 spot on the board, capped off by Torres' 3-run shot.
Judge got in the act. I mean, he waited till it was 10-4 before, he came up with a really clutch hit, an RBI single to drive in Soto. But hey, at least, it's an argument that, as Chris Berman would say, he's off the schneid. 11-4 Yankees, despite a homer and 3 RBIs by Freddie Freeman. Game 5 is a rematch of Game 1. Jack Flaherty against Garrett Cole. You got to bet the Yankees tonight, don't you? I mean, are they really going to lose both games that Cole pitches in this series? I don't know. I'm leaning Yankees tonight. NFL news. So the Colts decide to bench Anthony Richardson after all. And it looks like the reason they decided to do that is not the fact that he hasn't been playing well, or the fact that he was 10 for 32 throwing the ball Sunday. It was the fact that he tapped out on a play, saying he was too tired and he needed a break. What quarterback have you ever heard say, I'm too tired, I need a breather?
The answer is never.
Right. At any level, by the way.
No.
I've never heard of a middle school kid doing it. So Richardson benched. Gut feeling. You think this is a temporary thing? Or do you think that the Anthony Richardson era in Indianapolis lasted about 10 games?
I don't know what they're going to do next year, but I think for this year, he's done.
Well, if Flacco does it again, coming out of nowhere, lead a team to the playoffs. Be interesting to see if the Colts follow the Browns script and go, it doesn't matter. I mean, we appreciate that, Joe, but, the young guy's our guy. Got a lot invested in him. And Joe's trying to privately go, yeah, but he can't play. I don't know what to tell you. This is all about ego, our ego. Saving our face and our tuchus. Has nothing to do about the success of the franchise. Those are my words, not theirs.
Are you allowed to say took us if it's not Tuesday with David Sampson?
Well, I mean, I would like to think you can say it all 7 days of the week. I mean, I'm trying to clean it up there.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, that's not cleaned up enough.
No. I just, way to go with took us.
Thank you. By the way, it's nice. I didn't realize it was took us Tuesdays.
It may be from this point forward.
We are in
alliteration on this show.
We are very into our alliteration on this show, from the naming of it on. Texans, they lose Stephon Diggs for the year. You feared it. Those non-contact injuries are very rarely minor. Late third quarter, he cut running a pass pattern, tore his right ACL. And remember, he just had a 1 year left on his contract. So is this it for him in Houston? Jags trade left tackle Cam Robinson to the Vikings. They give up a 5th round pick to the Vikings, but they don't do it next year. They do it in 2026. It could become a 4th rounder, I'm guessing, if he and they do really well. Cam's 29 years old. He's making a little over $16 million. And apparently the Jags are helping out a bit with the remaining $8-9 million on his deal. So it's a big deal, though. I mean, it's not often you can replace a starting lineman with another starting lineman. Interesting footnote: in 2 weeks, the Vikings play the Jags. Ravens acquire Carolina wide receiver Deontay Johnson. It's the second time he's been traded in 2 months. Because originally, he went from Pittsburgh to Carolina. So now, by the way, he's going to catch passes for the Steelers and the Ravens. Not a lot of wide receivers have ever done that. Did you see the compensation? So Carolina's getting a 5th rounder from Baltimore. Well, you figure that's going to be very late in the round, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, Carolina's giving back a 6th rounder.
Correct.
Which figures to be very early in the 6th round.
10 picks apart?
Mark,
If that.
Mark, if Baltimore does what they did last year, the picks would be 4 picks apart. If they lose in the AFC Championship game and they're picking 29 or 30, Carolina's picking 1, 2, or 3, right?
No, you're right. There would be some compensatory picks in there probably as well.
True. Okay, good point. And this Jameson Williams situation just keeps getting weirder and weirder. So he's already out 2 games for PEDs. Apparently 3 weeks ago, he was pulled over and he had multiple concealed weapons in his car in Michigan. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that in Michigan. This ain't Texas. So they have an arrest warrant out for him. In fact, the authorities are trying to figure out why the hell he wasn't arrested 3 weeks ago when he was pulled over. So you figure this is just another reason for the NFL to suspend him. I'm telling you, if you're the Lions, do you trade him by Tuesday? College football, 3 games last night. Record-setting performance for Eric Rivers of FIU. No Panther wide receiver ever had a game like him last night. 295 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns, all 3 touchdowns of more than 50 yards. FIU beat New Mexico State 34-13. Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns improved to 7-1. They go on the road. They beat Texas State 23-17. Ooh, and what a barn burner it was. Sam Houston improved to 7-2 with the 9-3 win over Louisiana Tech. NHL. Good one in our nation's capital. Ovechkin scored twice. He has 856 goals. Caps 5-3 over the Rangers. Philly got a shutout from Sam Ersson, beat the Bruins 2-0. Seattle got a hat trick from former Panther Brandon Montour. Not often you see a defenseman with a hat trick. 8-2 the Kraken over the Canadiens. Marc-Andre Fleury, turning 40 next month, has announced this is his last year. Final appearance in Pittsburgh. Goaltending for the Minnesota Wild. He led the Wild to a 5-3 win. He was first star of the game. Crosby and Letang waited around on the ice for him. They wouldn't leave until he left the ice.
He gave up 2 early and then
held
on there because that was 2-0 Pittsburgh very early in that game, and the Wild came back and pounded him.
Anaheim 3-1 over the Islanders. Ottawa 8-1 over St. Louis. And San Jose, back-to-back wins, 4-2 over the Kings. 4 games in the NBA. Kyrie with 35. Luka with a big late 3. Dallas holds off Minnesota 120-114. Denver, second straight night on the road, needed overtime. They beat Brooklyn 144-139. How about this line for Jokic? 29 points, 18 rebounds, 16 assists. The second of back-to-backs also, having to play 40-plus minutes. Sacramento keeps Utah winless, 113-96. And no Steph, no Wiggins, no problem for the Warriors. They beat New Orleans by 18, 124-106. Rudy Gay officially retired yesterday. He didn't play all last year. Former UConn great, 17-year NBA career. He's 38. And South Florida officially introduced Ben Fletcher, who was Amir Abdul-Rahim's right-hand guy, first at Kennesaw State and then last year with the Bulls. He'll be the interim head coach for the season. The team has voted that they want to continue playing. So they have an exhibition game tonight. They're going to play. And they're going to open the season Monday night in Jacksonville, taking on the Gators. Coach left it up to the players. Kids said they want to play.
I would hope so. I mean, it's a tragic loss. Obviously, they're going through a lot, but playing is probably the easiest thing for them to do right now, David.
And Mark, the American Professional Pickleball Tour announced their 2025 lineup yesterday. 14 events, all of them televised on either CBS, Fox, or ESPN. And of the 14 events, 6 of them are in Florida.
Of course they are.
3 in Fort Lauderdale, 1 in Daytona, 1 in Boca, and 1 in your backyard of Cape Coral. Hello. And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was Starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
You put pickleball in the starting 5?
I did that just to annoy the blank out of you.
It worked. It's a lazy sport. That's all I'm saying. Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
you're doing the starting five, and Gina from next door pokes her head in the glass, and I thought there was something really wrong.
Right, I saw you.
So I turned my mic off. I'm like, and she goes, "Are you in break?" I'm like, "No." She goes, "Okay," and she leaves. So I get all my stuff done. I go over there, and she goes, "Can you come here? Can you taste this? This coffee? There's something wrong with this coffee."
And you're like, no, it's just bad. Gina, I've been in this building off and on, for almost 20 years. The coffee's never been good.
No, she bought it at Starbucks. It was just really, really strong. She was, "Is this just
Gotcha.
like input?" She goes, "You don't mind drinking out of my cup?" I go, "I don't care." It was just funny. I'm like, I thought there was a real problem. It is interesting when you park in the, there used to be a time that back parking lot was full. There's about 2 cars back there now. No, he is not, EJ. He is he's in Tampa or St. Pete or somewhere. He pops in about once a month. They've got those guys voicing all over the country now. If you want to continue to work for Beasley, you're doing. Adam is doing shows in like 6 cities.
They let Shane go.
What?
Yeah, they let him go like a week ago.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I guess they got rid of like 4 of their controllers.
Oh, wow. I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. He knew it was coming. He read the tea leaves, and he knew another corporate level was coming in October, and he thought it would be the business offices.
Oh, that's too bad.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Let's get over it together, shall we? Hope your week so far has gone well. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We have Seth Everett coming up an hour from now. He was at Game 4 of the World Series last night. Also, his Sports with Friends is with Mark Topkin, the outstanding Tampa Bay Times columnist and sports writer, and they talk in depth about what the Rays are going to have to do and what a mess it is. And even the stadium getting built in time for 2028's far from a sure thing. So this whole situation is quite the mess. So we've got a few things to talk about with Seth coming up 1 hour from now. Bud Elliott in about 90 minutes to talk all things college football. And Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins. And can you put a fork in them at 2-5, or do you give them one more chance for relevancy, albeit not a good one, Sunday in Orchard Park against the Bills? Chris Perkins, 2 hours from now. Hey, speaking of Bud, he has for the last, I think it's been pretty much since early October, he's offered up his, hey guys, if the playoffs started tomorrow, here'd be my 12 teams, and here's how I'd seed them. So he's got Georgia 1. This is how he thinks it's going to play out, by the way. It's his official playoff projection. Georgia 1. Oregon 2. I think it's the first time he's ever had Oregon beating Ohio State or winning the Big Ten title.
All right. I just want to stop right there with what Bud's saying. If Oregon has a bye, that means they're not losing. That means they're going to be the number 1 overall seed.
Right. He has them the number 2 overall seed. I think
I got you. I'm just
right.
taking, I'm,
Right.
sorry, you're reading it and I'm not taking it out on you, but
Right.
there's no way in my head that you can explain to me that Oregon wins all of their games. Georgia has lost a game and Georgia gets the number 1 overall seed. I don't see that happening. That's just me.
And I think that's very fair. And I think you would be right, by the way. I mean, you're unbeaten. You're number 1 now. 6 weeks from now, you're still unbeaten.
You will have beaten Ohio State a second time,
or
Indiana, or Penn State, or whatever the case may be.
Right. And you would, remember, it's largely a name, but it also means this week you go on the road and you beat Michigan. But anyway, Georgia 1, Oregon 2. The 3 seed's still Miami. And the 4 seed, Iowa State. He's got the Cyclones as Big 12 champions. 2 things to point out. Iowa State and BYU, both unbeaten, don't play each other the rest of the way. So you could have 2 12-0 teams meeting in the Big 12 title game. But
remember, Iowa State finishes with Kansas State.
There you go. That's the second point, though. Iowa State's got a game on their schedule that looks clearly more difficult, which also, by the way, is why those wondering, can Dion and the Buffaloes, and that's our, new 50s group for Colorado football, Dion and the Buffaloes.
Do-wop, wop, wop.
Do-wop. And they've just released a really good album, by the way, really catchy, snappy. The problem is they've got 3 teams ahead of them in the standings, one of whom, Kansas State, they've already lost to. So that's why it's difficult to see how is Colorado going to get in the Big 12 title game, even if they win out. Because in theory, one of their 2 losses will be in the Big 12, and they'll be tied with potentially Kansas State if K-State wins out, and K-State will have beaten them. So that's the problem for Colorado. They need a little bit of chaos here.
And BYU's tried to provide it.
Yes.
And still could.
No doubt. No doubt. And the Iowa State and BYU now are playing pressure games. They know they have a lot they can lose. But anyway, so that's your top 4 with buys. 5th seeded Ohio State is going to host 12th seed Texas A&M. And that is your 3rd team from the SEC. Texas A&M. That's it. No Bama, no Tennessee, no Ole Miss. The 6th seed is Texas, and they'll be hosting IU. Bud still has 4 teams from the Big Ten making the tourney. Indiana, which will be favored in every game they play, except when they go to Columbus, Ohio, the weekend before Thanksgiving. I think the key for Indiana is this week, likely with their backup quarterback again, but this time on the road against your Spartans, Mark.
Chance he plays, but more than likely he doesn't. And I'm with you. And, Michigan State's been a lot better than they were supposed to be.
Yes.
We'll see what Indiana does on the road against Sparty.
Yeah, they were supposed to be Purdue-like this year, and they've been clearly better than that. The 7-10 matchup, Notre Dame as the 7, which to me has Bud having the Irish winning out and not losing their regular season finale at USC. Notre Dame hosts Boise.
Yeah, I would be stunned, David, stunned to see Boise be anything but a 12. I understand they have the one close loss against Oregon. I get it. But
think about what you're saying. If you compare A&M and Boise State, Okay, first off, A&M would have to win out to be 12-1. That means they have to beat Texas at the end of the regular season, and then they have to win in Atlanta. I mean, clearly to me, Bud has A&M losing a game. It sounds to me like he has A&M losing to Texas, not going to Atlanta, and posting 10-2, and being the third pick from the SEC at 10-2. With two pretty good losses, by the way, Notre Dame and Texas. But the 7-10 matchup, and this is, by the way, Boise keeps moving up. Boise's gone from 12 to 11 to 10 now in Bud's playoff projection. And then pretty salty 8-9 game. The third best team from the Big Ten, Penn State, is hosting the second best team from the ACC, Clemson. So clearly, Bud has Penn State losing to Ohio State this Saturday in Happy Valley. So that's his playoff projection. Now, you're quibbling with seeding like you think you would flip-flop Georgia, Oregon. Fine. Which, by the way, if we just project this out, if we have, quote, no upsets, Georgia gets the winner of Penn State, Clemson. Oregon gets the winner of Notre Dame, Boise. Iowa State gets the winner of Ohio State, A&M. And Miami gets the winner of Texas, IU.
How important is it, in your estimation, for a Big 12 or an ACC team to win one of those games, where I don't know if either will be favored?
I think,
or do you see the conferences next year going, well, we can't be seeding the top four based on conference winners because it's not accurate?
I think it's key as to who they play. Like, if you think about it, whoever gets seeded fourth, which right now looks as if it will be the Big 12 champion, I mean, they're probably going to have a very tough draw. I mean, they're going to have the best non-conference champion. I mean, that could be Ohio State. That could be Oregon. That could be Georgia.
It could be Georgia.
It could be Texas. I mean, they're going to be playing a team, quite frankly, that's better than them. That we think that they'll be playing a team, Mark, that we believe will be a betting favorite in the game against them. So I think it depends on who you play. Like, I think the Canes, if we just go by Bud's projection here, the Canes is the 3. They host the winner of 6-11. Well, if they get by chance the 11 seed Indiana, and I know Indiana will have just beaten Texas, but I think Miami's got to beat Indiana because they're named Indiana, and this ain't basketball. But if Miami loses to Texas, I think, if they don't get blown out, if they lose 34-27 or something like that, I think people go, hey, man, the Canes are back. Canes had a really good year. That was entertaining.
I just wonder if down the road they'll try to remove the conference champions getting the top 4 seeds. I'm not saying they'll take them out of the tournament, but I'm wondering if seeding will be affected if Big 12 and ACC teams get blown out by the teams that they're playing in round 2 of this playoff.
Well, but the top 4 seeds have to go to conference champions. So, it's always going to be we're seeding the 4 best conference champions.
I don't think that always has to be that way. That's, that's the point that I'm making.
Right.
That Sankey and Petiti are going to go, this is cute. This was nice. We're not giving the 4 top. We'll let you in our tournament for being a 5 conference champions get in, but it doesn't guarantee you buys.
I think that college football will cling to what the pro sports seemingly cling to. It's significant to win your division, and we'll give the 9-8 team a home game against the 12-5 team because they're a division champion. But the other thing, Mark, is let's face it, it's a home game. Ka-ching,
right?
Ka-ching, ka-ching. That I actually think they'll make the decision based on that more than anything else. Do the big boys go, yeah, come to think of it, we should be getting that home game?
That's where I am with it. And I just wonder how much success of the Big 12 and the ACC champs will have to do with down the road, the Big 10 and the SEC going, we need these home games. And that's the way that it should be.
Tell you what, though, Boise is a fascinating group of 5 best team. If they're going to go 12-1 and their only loss is a 3-point loss at Oregon, I mean, that's about as good a resume as a group of 5 team can have.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, BJD, I think right now the answer is yes, but I think there's a chance. I give it 25, 30%. I mean, you tell me, Mark, if BYU and Iowa State, and this is the only way, by the way, the Big 12 can get 2 bids. They both have to run the table. They play each other in the conference title game at 12-0. But Mark, you tell me, Indiana at 11-1 or the loser of the Big 12 title game, who would you give the bid to?
That's a great question. It really is. Probably the Big 12 team.
Now, what if, by the way, and it's likely that the 3rd or 4th bid from the SEC will be a 10-2 team? Are we going to go 10-2 SEC team or 12-1 Big 12 team?
If this ends up being 3-3, I'll fall over.
It would be remarkable, wouldn't it, if it's 3-3, 2-2?
Right.
Notre Dame, Boise?
Notre Dame and Boise.
I mean, that'd be something.
So the Athletic, and I didn't bring you, I just had this, it was funny, I had a bracket in front of me, I was going in the same direction you were. They've got Miami as the 2 seed. Now, I don't know if that means, I don't know how that's even possible, but I guess they're saying that they're going to give Miami an undefeated a 2 seed over Georgia. But they've got K-State as the 4, Ohio State, Boise in the 5-12, Penn State, Tennessee in the 6-11, which definitely means that A&M's getting beat by Texas.
So they also have, by the way, K-State beating Iowa State, getting in the Big 12 title game and beating BYU.
Right. Notre Dame, Clemson's their 7-10. And Texas and Indiana's the 8-9.
So they have Texas beating A&M but losing to Georgia in Atlanta, right?
Yes.
So how many SEC teams? Texas, Georgia, and Tennessee?
2 ACC and 4 Big Ten.
Okay, but Texas, Georgia, and it was
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Boy, that'd be something. Tennessee over A&M. Say Tennessee wins out, A&M wins out, and then loses to Texas. They're both 10-2. Tennessee's beaten Bama. Well, the problem is, doesn't Tennessee play Georgia here?
Yeah, that would mean they beat Georgia.
Yeah. I think the Athletics off base there.
I agree. We're going to have to really dive into what conference championship tiebreakers are, too, when the ACC starts coming around.
Oh, my God. Well, thankfully, SMU and Pitt play this week. So, we'll take 4 unbeatens to 3 minimum. Don't you think it's got to be ranking from the committee? That if the 3 of, like, if you, me, and, Trent haven't all played each other, but we have the same record.
So if SMU beats Pitt, this is the article I'm looking at right now. You could have 3 undefeated teams.
Right.
It would be settled by the 5th tiebreaker, according to ACC tiebreaker rules, combined win percentage of conference opponents. Right now, it would make Miami play SMU in the title game. Clemson would be out. You can't make this up.
Clemson would be rooting so hard for Miami in the title game.
Right. Right. All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes till the top of the hour. Seth Everett will join us at that moment in time here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. All right. We have seemingly gotten away from poll questions. I don't know if we'll ever go back. We probably will if we get a sponsor.
So if you want a poll question,
right,
text sponsor to 21,000. We'll work something out.
That's one of the top 10 most shameless things I think we've ever done right there.
We're running ads that say we need sponsors. I mean, we have no shame anymore, David.
Well, I said top 10. I didn't say top 2. So this would be my nomination, though, for poll question of the day. Now, I need you to put on your Gator fandom shoes, golf shirt, hat.
All right. Visor for me for the old ball coach. But
well played. Well played. So here's your choices. You get drubbed pretty good by Georgia. Put it, the Georgia covers, which the line's what, 16 and change?
16.5.
Yeah.
What I saw yesterday.
So you lose to Georgia and don't cover. Or you upset Georgia and you're stuck with Napier. So that's your choice, Gator Nation. That's your choice. Because, come on now, you upset Georgia, Billy Napier's coming back. In fact, I think if you lose by a score to Georgia, it's going to get harder and harder to get rid of Billy.
So, Mark, you tell me. You're a Gator fan. They've been playing better.
They have.
Mertz got hurt. We've moved on. The
Should've done this
5-star
long
kid's
time.
playing. He's showing signs. All right. You're cautiously optimistic about the future. Could be exciting. You're going to have this kid at quarterback for 2 more years. So you think. So here's the deal. It's a rivalry game. This stuff occasionally happens in a rivalry game. Once a generation, one of the rivals does this to the other. Saturday afternoon's your moment. Florida beats Georgia.
David, if
You're
I'm a
stuck
Gator
with
fan,
Napier.
that's all I want. There are 2 games left on the schedule that if we won them, the season would be salvaged. One of them is Saturday in Jacksonville. The other one's against a bad Florida State team.
But I'm telling you, if you beat Georgia, you're stuck with Billy. And you don't, and I'm not saying you, Mark, but remember, you're putting yourself in the shoes, in the golf shirt, in the visor of Gator Nation. They're done with this guy.
I know they are.
They want a new coach. So you lose by 3 scores or more and basically give the impression nothing spectacular is going to happen in the final month. We're going to finish 5-7, maybe 6-6. Thanks for playing. Or a little magic. Remember, even Will Muschamp won this game when he was about an hour and a half away from being dismissed.
There are no guarantees who you're going to get as a head coach, Gator Nation. I know you seem to think that Lane's your guy. I'm not sure Lane's coming. I'm not.
Also, it's a lot of money that the current AD doesn't want to have to spend, and you don't have a permanent university president right now. It's $25 million to get rid of Billy, and he's got 341 people on staff. I mean, this, and then you got to hire a whole new staff. I mean, this is a 9-figure deal here. In fact, it's probably closer to $150 million to bring in a new coach, to pay the old guys to leave and to bring in the new head coach with the contract you're going to have to offer. You're going to have to offer 10 a year for a minimum of 7 years. And then he's going to have to hire his staff.
Of which you're going to be paying a king's ransom to as well. Because they've got you over the barrel.
So, these are your options. Lose, don't cover against Georgia. We pretty much know how the season's going to end, 5-7, 6-6. We're getting a new coach. Or
David, I'm beating Georgia. Every time I'm beating Georgia.
Okay.
Every damn time. That's all that matters to me.
Even though blank, congratulations, you won. Now you're stuck with Napier. Because B, deep down, you don't think he's the answer. So you actually think this loss is going to be great for this moment in time, but it's actually going to hurt us going forward. We're going to miss out on Lane or whoever else, and he ain't the answer. So we're going to be 6-6 again next year because he's Billy Napier.
It's a really good poll question.
So 21,000 on the text line, Twitch chat room. We got a lot of Gator fans. It's Florida-Georgia week or Georgia-Florida week, depending on your point of view.
Gators, you can beat the Dogs, but that means Billy Napier is around for another year minimum.
Or we can take care of this once and for all. Georgia can win and cover. And the only win you got the rest of the way is probably Florida State. Put another 5-7 on the board, and we move on. First off, quick sidebar. Can a Gator fan allow themselves to dream what a win over Georgia would feel like? I mean, think of the product that they've had to absorb the last 3.5 years. I mean, I mean, can they even picture rising to the occasion Saturday and performing the way they're going to have to perform in order to pull the upset? I mean, that's how big of a deal this would be. There's a whole bunch of Gator fans right now that can't even picture it happening.
And does it save your season, Gator fan? I know in today's college football world, it's all about the playoff, but sometimes you have to just start by beating your rival.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, that'd be a damaging loss to Georgia.
Oh,
Right? You start actually talking about, I mean, are we sure they're making the playoffs type situation?
absolutely.
I mean, they probably can't afford another loss. But so there you go, Gator Nation. You tell me. Upset Georgia. You're stuck with Billy Napier. And deep down, you hate him. You think he sucks. You think he's not the answer. And the longer we stay with him, the more he's going to run the program into the ditch.
We'll hover in mediocrity, but we'll have beaten Georgia.
Or Georgia does to you what Georgia could do. Win by 3 or more scores. You go stumbling, bumbling to a 5-7 finish.
Early texters are saying beat Georgia all day long.
Okay. I mean, that's what I want to hear. I mean, I do. I mean, that's what I want to hear. I mean, come on. It's Georgia.
You're damn right it is.
Right.
And sooner or later, you got to win this game. To ever get to where you want to go, it starts with beating Georgia.
I mean, what's it? The last 7 meetings, Georgia's 6-1. I think they won 3 in a row. Mullen beat them in 20 when he went to Atlanta. Then Georgia's won 3 in a row here. So I think it's 6 out of 7 for Georgia. The dogs are Napier. You got to decide. The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did Illinois lose a quarterback or something last week?
Yeah. Let's see. Well, he played banged up.
I mean, I don't see him listed as out, but Minnesota's a 3-point favorite at Illinois.
Yeah, I don't think he's out. I think he's just banged up. I just don't think they believe in Illinois.
And SMU's a 7.5-point favorite against Pitt.
I know.
That's a big number.
I agree.
It's always in Jacksonville.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Seth Everett will join us at that moment in time. But Elliott joins us an hour from now to talk all things college football. Chris Perkins will kick off the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904 at 9 Eastern, 8 Central here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So we had some more trades yesterday in the NFL. And if you take a step back and you look, Mark, the AFC being a little more aggressive than the NFC right now, a little, in that what? Baltimore went out and got a wide receiver yesterday. Kansas City went out and got a linebacker, defensive end. A week after, they went out and got a wide receiver. You know, it seems as if the top of the AFC, there's another elite AFC team that made a deal last week, I believe, getting a receiver. That escapes me Buffalo got Amari Cooper. So, you know, the top of the AFC is being aggressive.
Minnesota made an aggressive move yesterday. They gave up a future 5th-round pick for the Jags starting left tackle Cam Robinson, who's a free agent at the end of the year. A little pricey, but Minnesota able to afford him. And they need him because their stud left tackle's out for the year.
Dan Campbell, the Lions coach, and his presser certainly acted like they were trying to get someone. But so far, Detroit's done nothing.
Boy, he was having fun. He was acting like a little kid at the candy store. We're trying, we're trying, we're trying. He jumps up and down. This is so weird for the rest of us. I mean, A, the Lions are good. B, they're fun. We've never seen this, really.
Never. I mean, they were fun with Barry Sanders to watch him.
Right, but they were a 9-10 win team. They were flawed. They had Barry and, Herman Moore and not much else.
Right.
But now
This
it's like
team scores every single way possible. They're hanging big numbers on teams, including doing it to Dallas, which gets everybody's attention.
right. Makes them a popular team also.
It really does. I didn't realize a beatdown of the Cowboys could make you that popular.
But they are. I mean, they are a legit Super Bowl contender. I mean, if you had to handicap right now, teams that you think better odds to go to and win the Super Bowl than the Lions, if I took the Chiefs off the table, who else would you pick?
I would put the Lions right there with Baltimore, Buffalo, and
Bills.
San Francisco, because I'm still not giving up on the Niners. Because I understand they're banged up. But McCaffrey's going to come back. And it doesn't matter when he comes back as long as he comes back. He adds an element to that offense and changes that offense so dynamically that I can't overlook the San Francisco 49ers. Others maybe, I'm not.
And I'll say it again, the Niners style of play travels. I don't think it matters if the Niners have home games or not. I don't. I mean, that team, the way they play, they can show up anywhere and beat you.
And beat you multiple ways.
Right. They're versatile. They're physical.
I worry about the Lions in a 20-18 game, if you know what I mean. Can they win the slobber knocker? Because I don't think they have the defense to do it.
Yeah, I just don't know if you can hold them to 20. I mean, it might have to be more like how the Niners beat them last year. You're, instead of playing a game that's, getting to 20-21, it's kind of in the high 20s. Do you beat them 28-27, 30-28 type deal? But
right now, I want to see him play Kansas City, and I want to see what Spags does against that defense in a Super Bowl. I mean, that would be exciting. And that's not because I'm from Michigan. I just think that offense is so dynamic. I want to see it against what appears to be a great defense on a great team.
Couple of big games this week. Don't know if anyone's bigger than Detroit at Green Bay. Jordan Love's status up in the air. You got to figure this is, stake in the ground time for the Packers. If they lose this, they're a wild card team. They will have lost at home to the Vikings and the Lions. I mean, I know mathematically they're not. I mean, the Ravens, I think at one point last year were like 5-3 and basically ran the table. I mean, we know. But realistically, if Green Bay loses at home to Detroit, not only will they be 2 games behind the Lions in the standings, but they will have lost at home to Minnesota and Detroit. I mean, damn near have to run the table if they're going to win that division and not be a wild card. And even though they won at Dallas last year in the playoffs, while we don't think it's important where San Francisco plays, do you think it's important where Green Bay plays? Do you think it's important where Detroit plays?
Yes. I think the 1 seed for Detroit is everything. They are a different team inside of a dome. They just are.
Same with Minnesota. You know, Minnesota, the difference between being the NFC North champs and a wild card. I mean, the Vikings at home, that's why the Lions win there was so impressive. I mean, look at what the Vikings had already done at home that year. They had spanked both the Niners and the Texans, spanked them in Minneapolis. Do you think it's important where Philadelphia plays?
Not if they're going to run the ball the way they did last week. I don't think it matters. That type of team, David, can play anywhere.
I agree. I don't think it's important where Philly plays. You know, for the Washingtons and the Atlantas and the Tampa Bays of the world, if they're going to steal a division or, you know, I do think it's important where they play. I don't know how many road games Washington, Tampa Bay, and Atlanta are winning.
And is there another team, you know, is Seattle, the Rams, Arizona, do they have a second half run in them when we're talking about them come December? I think we could with the Rams. They're getting healthy. You and I both like Stafford a lot.
Well, between Arizona and Seattle, I don't know if there's a defense that can be put together. Those two teams defensively are a mess. I mean, when they play really well, it's because their quarterbacks are carrying them. And right now, Kyler Murray's on a bender. Kyler Murray's playing great. And they figured out something with Harrison this week. They put him in the slot, which they hadn't been doing, and that totally opened things up for them. Instead of just running from the numbers to the sidelines and being much easier to cover, they ran them on crossing routes. And, I mean, think about that big receiver with that speed running across the field. How do you run with that? But to me, Seattle and Arizona are one-trick ponies. Defensively, they're both a mess. So I don't take them seriously.
Do you take the Rams at all seriously after what they did to the Vikings last week?
I do. I actually think the Rams can go, like they nearly won in Detroit last year. I think that if the Rams got in, the Rams could win a road playoff game. I don't think Seattle or Arizona could. Like, I do think Detroit, by the way, could, if by chance the Lions don't win the North, I think the Lions can get to the Super Bowl, even as the 5 seed. It's obviously not the preferred route, but I think they can do it because of that offensive line, and they can show up anywhere and just run the ball down your throat.
I just worry about that defense at the end of the day. I mean, they're going to have to outscore everybody. We know that because that defense struggles at all. Without Hutchinson, they don't have a pass rush. Their linebackers are okay, and their secondary, I think, is average at best.
You know, I was reminded last night, because we asked Pat on the show yesterday, you know, who defensively is out there? Who can be had? You know, it was 3 years ago, the Rams at this point went and got Von Miller. Now, they also had an Aaron Donald. But, I mean, if you're Detroit, I mean, the price for Von Miller, and that was a rental. That was a, you know, final 8, 9, 10 games of the year. But that delivered you a ring. I mean, there's somebody out. I mean, I'm serious. If you're Detroit, do you call Cleveland about Myles Garrett? I mean, are we trying to win a Super Bowl or not?
I believe they've made those calls. I truly do. I think they've called Vegas about Crosby. I think they've called Cleveland on Myles Garrett. Why wouldn't you?
Right.
Pick up the phone and see what it takes. If you're all in, you're all in.
I mean, you call the Jets about Quinnen Williams. They haven't signed him to an extension yet.
And I think the Hassan Reddick thing was something they didn't want, because if they would have wanted, they would have made that deal.
I mean, he's a role player, but Ojulari of the Giants, he's a free agent at the end of the year. He's healthy. When he's healthy, he's almost a sack a game guy. He's an edge rusher. I mean, I think Detroit could really use him.
What would you have to give up for him?
Probably a third or a fourth.
Which I think means a fourth or a fifth. I think you're a round too high on these.
Okay.
Based on what's been happening.
Yeah,
Dave.
probably. But if you look at Ojulari, if you're Brad Holmes and you look at him and you say, listen, if I get him, he's going to give me 6 sacks between now and the finish line. And then he's somebody they have to account for on third down in the playoffs. Because he's going to get some pressures and he could get me a sack a game in the playoffs. I think that's worth a 4th round pick.
I'm not arguing that. I think that based on the way trades have gone, you don't have to give up that much.
Yinzer pointing out Zadarius Smith's been linked to the Lions. I mean, hey, the Jags just traded Cam Robinson. Are you sure you can't call them up here? Let's talk. How far are we willing to go here? You got 2 D linemen that interest me. The other, Josh Allen and Walker.
And I'd be interested in Allen all day long.
You're probably going to have to give up a 1. But once again, where are we drafting? I figure I'm drafting between 29 and 32. I'm willing to give up a 1. That's all. I was just thinking about it yesterday. I mean, you know me, Mark. And I get time on my hands. The mind wanders. I start working on realignment. Figuring in expansion cities.
Well, and we're inside we're inside the week of a trade deadline. So
right,
your focus will shift.
Yeah, I'm a mess. And baseball free agency starts 5 days after the World Series. So I'm playing GM in my head. Whose options are we picking up? Who's going to become available? Oh yeah, I'm a total mess right now.
You're really doing that with baseball?
Well, yeah. I mean, the season could have ended last night. I mean, basically, like a week from today, free agency can start. Yeah. I mean, the trade deadline in football and baseball free agency could all be at the same day and time. Oh, yeah. The wife and I had a moment yesterday. She goes, what are you thinking about? And there's a few things going on in our lives right now. And there are a lot of answers I could have given her, which have been very legitimate answers. And she said, what are you thinking about? And I said, well, I'm thinking about who the Giants can trade and what they can get for them. And, I'm thinking about what the big defensive move is going to be in the NFL, what the Von Miller trade.
Who do the Saints have that could be had?
Yeah, there you go. 6 straight losses. I mean, that coach is getting fired.
And they're always in cap hell.
Yep.
So they could use some relief.
See, Carolina's starting to trade guys. They've already 2 weeks, 2 guys. I mean, who won't Dan Morgan trade? I mean, what? Is there really anybody untouchable? The Carolina Panthers?
No, that's a free-for-all.
So,
with the exception of whoever they drafted first this past year, that's about it.
Right, that's true.
Everybody else is on the table.
So anyway, that's where my mind has wandered off to. Miller and Moulton.
Seth Everett coming up top of the hour. Bud Elliott also in our Great 8. Chris Perkins a little more than an hour away to talk about the Dolphins and to see what they may do coming up on the trade deadline, as they've got a big game with the Bills to see whether or not maybe they sell off some parts.
Seth Everett next. We find out how much he had to pay for parking in the Bronx. Over under $60.
Ooh, I'm going to go over.
Yeah, I had 70 in my head. I like your call here. Seth Everett's next. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hey, man.
Good morning. Today is starting to pile up.
All the stuff you got to do.
Yeah, well, and then I'm interviewing Kenny Smith.
As in TNT's Kenny Smith?
TNT's Kenny Smith.
As in former New York City basketball legend Kenny Smith?
Well, He is also a member of the 1997 Denver Nuggets, the first NBA team that I covered.
Wow, that had to be at the very end.
Oh, very.
For
I'm
him.
going to ask him if he remembers the team, not me.
Because he was on the 94 and 95 Rockets that went back to back.
And then he came to Denver, and the Nuggets challenged for the worst winning percentage of all time.
Right.
They had LaFonso Ellis and Antonio McDyess, and Brian Stith. So Kenny Smith was on that team, and I'm talking to him at 3:45. And then I have my class, but I'm not going for my class.
So do you have credentials or seats?
No credentials.
Where were you?
They moved the aux box. You're not going to believe this. You know how the aux box used to be in like the upper deck? You'd get a section.
Right.
These cheap bastards won't do that anymore. They don't want to give up a section. So they put auxiliary in the dining room to watch it on TV. And me and my buddy Mark Renee, we didn't sit there. We walked around and we watched the game live. I'm not traveling to the Bronx to watch the game on TV.
Right.
No thanks.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this hump day, at least in the 239 and the 904, the final hour of the show in Charlotte County and Lake City and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett is kind enough to join us every Wednesday at this time. He's the host of two terrific and successful podcasts, and that's very difficult to pull off. It's Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. You can follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett. Seth_Everett. He joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. All right. You went to the World Series last night. You had a park in the Bronx. Over, under $60 to park.
Oh, that would be an over, Bob Barker.
Okay. Over, under $70 to park.
That'd be an over.
Oh boy, it's getting
Over,
up there
under
now.
$80 to park.
That would be an over.
All right, there we go. Okay,
But it paled in comparison to what some of my friends that I sat with paid. I mean, they were excess of $100. It was to park your car.
yeah, parking's limited. It's just in. It's a city, and it's the
Bronx. The Bronx and I have had a weird relationship. I never really cared about the Bronx when I lived in Manhattan because it's a subway stop.
Right.
But to get to the Bronx is just it's a root canal. There's no other way to describe it.
It's a problem.
It
is.
Sucks.
Yep.
Oh, it's terrible. But it was a great night. It was a good time. No chance I'm going again.
Just for the parking alone.
No, no. I have other work to do.
I know.
Tonight.
I know.
I can't go tonight. But it was a good time last night. I was going to stay if the Dodgers were going to clinch. I was going to stay for the end because that's unique in any sport. But once the Yankees pulled away in like the bottom of the eighth, I took off.
Ran for the exits at that point, did you, Seth?
Well, I tried to beat the masses.
I mean, you were playing catch up to the two guys who got thrown out in the first inning. How about that?
That's right. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah. And the interference. And what I like is, just the old school radio mentality. You guys are old school radio guys. There was a young lady, I don't want to give her name out, but there was a young lady who worked for 1010 Wins. And her initial reaction, she's grabbing her recorder with her big mic flag, and she's like, I got to find them. I'm like, this is not Jeffrey Mayer. This is not that big a thing. This is not that moment. But okay, go get him.
Yeah.
Can I have your seat?
How was press box seating last night, Seth?
Oh, it's terrible. It was terrible. It was we just talked about that. Didn't we just
do it on air? So
I thought we did. No,
I'm trying to relay the story.
Sorry. You're right. My brain is mush. The
one baseball game
in
your
the past. So this is my 12th World Series, and they always put radio and television schlubs in something that they call the auxiliary press box.
Correct.
Which is usually a section in the upper deck. So, for example, I was in a section during Aaron Boone's home run against Boston. Like that's where I was. I was in a section of the place. The only times I've ever been in a booth is when I worked for MLB or when I was doing Sirius XM, they had a booth. So you would sit in their booth. For this, now 15 years later, they decided they can't give up the precious seats in the stands. They have to sell those.
Right.
And so they put the media in the dining room to watch it on TV.
Well, I mean, it's free. I mean, so's the food, right?
And it was annoying because they had the TV sound muted and they had John Sterling and Susan Waldman on a delay.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh my God, that was so annoying. It was I think I sat there for maybe a batter. And I said, nope, this is not good. And I wound up standing. I went into the main press box and I stood next to Brian Hoke and Anthony McCarron, a couple of my buddies. And then I saw the Hall of Famer Claire Smith. She's going to come on Sports with Friends in a couple of weeks. That was lovely. I sat with Paul Olden for a little while. He was doing public address for Yankee Stadium. And then I wandered and I would do laps around the stadium. I had a blast. It was fun.
Seth Everett,
sea of humanity.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice is two terrific podcasts. You and I were talking yesterday, and you said your Sports with Friends guest this week is going to be the tremendous St. Pete Times sports writer and columnist Mark Topkin. And you guys got in depth on the Rays and the stadium.
Yeah.
Right? We are of the belief that it's got to be Orlando or Sarasota, an empty minor league stadium that they can call their own for the year, that, doing one 6-game series where the Clearwater Phillies play and then another 6-game series where the Tampa Yankees play. And that's not going to work. They need to find a home. We think the two stadiums within an hour each direction that are empty are Orlando and Sarasota. What does he think?
Well, you're on the right track. I think the first thing that had to get established when I had him on, and the reason I reached out to him, was this argument of don't bother renovating Tropicana Field because you're tearing it down. Like why would you do that? And the answer is because the roof at Tropicana Field is insured, and the county would get the insurance money, and the only thing they could use that insurance money for is to repair the roof. The logic is it is a fallacy to say that the Rays' new ballpark will be ready on time. Now that's set to open in 2028, according to reports.
Right. They break ground in March.
Correct.
Right.
If they do on time and they can do it for 2028, that's fine. Still, the transfer of the Rays, to Sarasota or Disney or wherever it is terrible for the team. So the key is they have to rebuild Tropicana Field, fix that roof to make it serviceable so that they could play 2026 and 2027 and possibly 2028 in Tropicana Field. So I went into the podcast thinking the Rays had played their last game at Tropicana Field. That is very not the truth. And that's fascinating to me that you would really spend all that money. But if you think about it, that's what insurance is. When you have a jalopy of a car and you bump your fender and your fender falls off, The insurance company fixes your fender, not your car. And so that's where this all comes down to. And, you know, the idea of playing in Miami or Nashville or Oakland or Charlotte, that throw those right out the window. Those are all terrible, 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 terrible ideas. If you want to stay more local and can work out a deal with the Yankees or the Phillies or the Blue Jays in Dunedin, that does make a little bit of sense, only in the sense that you could literally stay there. And could you do some kind of a hodgepodge where you rent office space in the Tampa area, Tampa St. Pete area, put the staff there, and potentially play in all 5 of them? Like, make a hodgepodge schedule and have, yes, Sarasota when it's convenient, Disney when it's convenient, Tampa when it's convenient, Clearwater when it's convenient, and do something like that. And if you can promise me that it's only one season, then it's going to be one historic season. And I told Mark I would want to go to a game there. I want to see the Yankees play a game against the Rays in their spring training facility as the road team.
Now, a couple of things. First off, in redoing the Trop, did Mark have any idea of how quickly that could be done? Could it be ready for the 26th season?
Well, he said that's the goal. He said the goal is for 2026, and the theory is that you put additional resources that, you know, Stu Sternberg hasn't said this per se, because they're still quote unquote doing the damage assessment. He said the other caveat to say is, how many times in your life have you seen, especially in Florida, and knowing your audience, how many times has insurance claims been a fraction of what you're expecting? If
All the time.
that's
All the time.
all the time. So what happens if the insurance claim for Tropicana Field is a fraction? Then you are not asking Stu Sternberg to foot the bill to fix Tropicana Field for 3 years. That you're not doing. So they're not out of the muck yet. They're not, you know, they're still screwed. But now at least I see a light at the end.
And for those that are wondering, can they play without the roof? The answer is no, because
No,
they have
it's just
absolutely
no.
no drainage whatsoever. And obviously, at some point during the season, it's going to rain, and literally it would destroy then the inside of the stadium.
And the other point that Mark brought up that I found, you know, you guys know very, very well, and so do your listeners, is you have to realize once June hits, outside in the Tampa area is terrible. Like, Florida is an uncomfortable place. Playing outdoors during the summer months is very, very unadvisable. And
Well,
they
but
have no choice.
I was going to say there's no indoor place to play.
That's
you
right.
know,
Because the caveat to the whole thing is all of the ideas are bad. There are no good ideas.
Sports with Friends. All right, that's one of Seth's, 2 terrific podcasts. What's the other one
Well,
again?
let me just add one thing. We do say at the beginning of the podcast, and I do not stress, this is a sports problem. This is not, there are much bigger problems in Florida going on right now.
Right.
This is just a sports discussion.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, 30 seconds. We just did Mark Topkin. That'll be a very interesting discussion. Hall of Justice, go.
I'm moving this week,
Oh.
so no Hall of Justice this week. I have
Okay.
to take the week off. Next week, we'll do Venom 3, Electric Boogaloo, or whatever it's called. The Venom 3 is next week.
You do the one podcast every year, the what, 2 Jews eating
Jews
Chinese
hanging out on
around Christmas.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do a podcast on moving. It'd probably be one of the more interesting ones you've ever done.
Sure. Yeah, sounds such a blast.
I didn't say it'd be a blast. I said it'd be interesting.
To who?
The movers. Interview
Get
the
them on the
movers.
show. Get them on the show.
Exactly.
Yeah, next week I'll come to you from hopefully a new location. Hopefully.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, Seth Everett. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, have a good move. We'll talk next week. Miller and Moulton, Bud Elliott in 25 minutes.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But If you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, to a bunch of you in the Twitch chat room, I mean, and Mark, this might be something since you're connected with the Lee County, sports bureau. Have they made an offer to the Rays at all?
You know what? We canceled our meeting last month, so I will find out next month if they've offered.
Now I'm because while you would think, well, they wouldn't go any further south than Port Charlotte, the hotel airport situation might actually make them go 20.
Well, the airport situation in Port Charlotte's fine. The Punta Gorda Airport has Allegiant Air. There's no reason why they couldn't fly a private airplane into that airport.
Okay.
I think. I would think. Maybe I'm wrong. The hotel situation, I know they've got that new Allegiant, whatever, that resort.
Funny thing is, for Southwest Florida, I wonder, and this may sound ridiculous, so I may be a fool, but they've got so many baseball and softball tournaments that come to town during the late spring and early summer, that to give up their ball fields even for
all those hotel rooms.
Yeah. And
which that's what I've learned with the Lee County. It's about one thing. It's
hotel
about filling hotel rooms.
Totally.
Right. And believe it or not, the one thing that really moves the needle here that you don't know, they have bowling tournaments here, women's bowling tournaments. It fills hotel rooms, fills them. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, between us.
Yeah.
Think about it financially, though, if you're the Rays. I mean, basically, I think you could play general manager right now. If the Rays have players with salaries, they're probably going to trade them. I mean, think about how much money they're going to be out this year.
Adam, I was thinking the same thing. Them playing with a blue tarp over the top of the trop would be so Florida.
Yep.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Just had Seth Everett on the show. We'll have Bud Elliott on the show coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton brought to you by Floormeisters. Since we're broadcasting live from the Floormeister studios, Floormeisters just keeping it real. Hey, the thought was that the two fans who interfered, with the foul pop-up there that Mookie Betts caught, and then they ripped the ball out of his glove and damn near ripped the glove off his hand. And I mean, it's as, I don't know if violence the right word, but I mean, it's as aggressive as I think we've seen any fans, make contact with an athlete before, right?
It's as aggressive a defense as the Yankees have played the entire series.
Ba-dum-bum. So, according to Jesse Rogers of ESPN, the fans, because they have tickets to not just last night, they have tickets for tonight. According to Jesse Rogers, he spoke with the two guys, and they said the Yankees are letting them come to the game tonight. If true, does that surprise you?
We lost you there for a half a second. You just started with whoever it was had the report. You got Jeffrey in your
Gotcha.
way.
Well, which is interesting because I lost you, but okay. So in a nutshell, the two fans who interfered with Mookie Betts, according to Jesse Rogers of ESPN, are being allowed back in the Yankee Stadium tonight because they have tickets for Game 5, assumingly the same two seats. Does that surprise you?
They're being allowed back into the game.
Yeah.
Well, Yankees doing what they can to keep home field advantage. That's one way to look at it. I would think that they would be banned for the rest of the season.
I would have thought the ban might have actually been for more than 2024, to be honest with you. I mean, got to admit, they gave Yankee fans a bad rap last night. I mean, people took a lot of shots at typical New Yorkers and Yankee fans, and come on, fans don't act like that. Those two are idiots. But and I'm not defending Yankee fans; they're not my team. If they were Mets fans, I wouldn't be defending them. But I'm surprised if that report's true. And
you would think his source are the two guys.
Is quite a development.
That's all. Just saw that a moment ago and went, huh. I figured those two seats would be readily available for tonight. I thought those guys would be making their money back tonight. Because, it only takes the one win. Now, everybody's,
The seats aren't cheap.
No, they're not.
And now the Yankees trying to do something. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the show, is that the Yankees become the fourth. There have been, out of the sweeps in the World Series, there have only been 3 times that we've had a Game 5 forced. This is the 4th Game 5 forced in the history of Major League Baseball, when there have been the 25th opportunity for a sweep?
Right. And the team up 3-0 was 21-3 entering last night. And it's the first time since 1970. I think there had been, I did the math. Was it 9 in a row or 10 in a row?
10 in a row.
Right. The teams that were down 3-0 lost Game 4 until last night. Got to admit, I like the Yankees tonight. I mean, if they lose both times that Cole pitches, that's when you just tip your hat to the other team and say, you guys are better. I got to think that Yankees go at least 1-1 and Cole starts, don't you?
You would think that. He pitched well enough, obviously, for them to win Game 1. He wasn't there at the end. And will the Dodgers get after the Yankee bullpen tonight?
Well, I'm just wondering, can Jack Flaherty do that again? He took a shutout in the 6th. I don't think Jack Flaherty can duplicate. See, I think Cole can duplicate what he did in Game 1. I think Cole can go 6 innings of 1-run ball. I don't think Jack Flaherty can throw 5 shutout innings before Stanton took him deep in the 6th.
All right. David, you know that I don't have a, I'm not a Yankee fan, but I'm not necessarily a Yankee hater. If the Yankees were to come back in this series and get this to a Game 7, I don't even know if I could imagine what Yankee fan would be like, particularly if they, it's going to be bad enough if it just gets to a Game 6. Can't imagine what happens if they can force it past that.
Well, especially since when you force it to a 7, you start bringing up the prospect of, do you bring Cole back in for some outs? That does he pull a Madison Bumgarner from 2014, in which, Bumgarner won Game 1 and won Game 5. And then when they needed him in Game 7, he pitched 5 shutout innings. Pedro did that one time. He had pitched Game 3, I think it was, for the Red Sox in a series. And Game 5 against Cleveland was tied in like the 3rd inning. And Pedro came in and threw 6 no-hit innings in relief on 3 days rest. Cole's normal day to throw would be Game 7.
Then maybe we could get Ohtani to pitch in Game 7 too. A fan can dream.
Yeah, Fox would do anything for a game Friday. They take a Game 6. First off, their profit margin. If the Yankees could give them a game on Friday, then Fox is just swimming in cash. It's a 4-game series. It's a lose money proposition. Maybe because the ratings are so good, it's break even. Tonight it's probably, cover production costs and what have you, maybe make a few bucks. You get it to Friday, it's ka-ching, ka-ching.
We shall see. Cole on the hill tonight for the Yanks, Flaherty for the Dodgers, to see if the Yankees can extend this series. No one's ever done it. No one going down 3-0 in a World Series has ever even forced a game 6. Only 3 times has there been a game 5. This is the 4th. That stat blows me away.
I agree.
It really does. In the history of the sport, no one's made it to a game 6 being down 3-0.
Especially since how many times does the better team, meaning they have home field, win the first 2 at home, then they win game 3 on the road in a position to sweep? You would think that somebody at home would have been able to force a game 6. No. In fact, the remarkable part about the last 10 times the team was down 3-0 was that only one of those times was the team on the road that was down 3-0. The Braves in 99 to the Yankees. All the other times the teams were down 3-0 and got swept, they were at home. Couldn't even win one at home.
And come on, how many of you thought that thing was a sweep as soon as Freeman took it yard in the first inning?
All of you, including Yankee fans. All of you thought it was over.
And the bottom of the lineup gets it done for the Yankees last night?
Boy, did it ever.
But as you mentioned, too, you finally got Judge to get a hit late in the game. Does that do anything for him? Bud Elliott will switch gears and talk college football, the playoff, and the Florida-Georgia game. That's all next, right here on Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller & Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller & Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That was on our end because we lost satellite for a couple of seconds. The satellite company just called me. I don't know what happened.
Well, I know that, and I think it was. I do think it was you.
No, I said it was.
Oh, okay.
It was definitely us because the satellite company just called me
Gotcha.
because we crapped out on that too.
Gotcha. It's nice to know they're paying attention.
Morning, bud.
Morning,
man.
guys.
How are you?
Doing well. Apologies in advance to David's lovely mother, but I have a little different gym schedule today, so got the hat on.
She'll have to adjust.
Apologies to the audience. You guys been good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, man.
Yep.
How about you? Everything good?
Doing well, man. Doing real well.
By the way, how about Pitt SMU on the ACC network? What is up with that? I mean,
Was it pre-scheduled?
Yeah, but come on now. There's only 2 games in which ranked teams are playing against one another. You can't find anywhere?
This is I actually think this is like it's one of those weekends where the marquee stuff it drops off quickly, but I actually like a lot of the games. Like for our show because we kind of eat the whole hog and we talk so much college football.
Right.
I'm kind of excited about it, you know. But other shows, I think they will struggle. Like
if I'm the ACC, though, this is everything that we talked about how the ESPN owning all of the SEC has absolutely going to destroy your television product.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. Yes. Shoot, maybe more of it gets destroyed other ways. Who knows? But yes, I think you're on something there.
All right, here we go, boys.
Let's do this thing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Joined at this day and time by Bud Elliott, 24/7 Sports, the CBS Sports Family, Nolecast, Cover 3 Podcast. Follow him on X. Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's. Bud Elliott 3. Bud Elliott, the number 3. Bud joining us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline. All right, going to come at you high and hard right off the top.
Let's go.
So BYU and Iowa State both run the table. They play each other at 12-0 each in the Big 12 title game. We sure they're both not getting in the playoff? I mean, are we sure that a 4th place team from either the Big 10 or the SEC, the SEC 4th place team will definitely have at least 2 losses, okay, even if it's 11-1 Indiana? I mean, the loser of the Big 12 title game or 11-1 Indiana, who do you think gets that bid?
I think that 11-1 Indiana and both Big 12 teams probably go in that scenario. Like I do think there's a chance in which the SEC could potentially cannibalize itself so much that it only gets 3. Maybe. Like I think it's like if you really, I don't think
Well,
we're
but
going to be.
if you give the Big 12 2, and you put Indiana in, we're assuming Indiana's then the 4th Big 10 team. That means the SEC would get 2 because you do the math. 4 from the
Well,
Big
we're
10.
assuming Notre Dame as well, right?
Right. We're
Yeah.
assuming Notre Dame. Correct. That they run the table and they get in.
That's going to be interesting. So Indiana's wins would then probably come into question, right?
Right.
Because they would have one fewer win. Let's run down Indiana's schedule here. FIU, they won last night. Western Illinois, UCLA, which has one Big Ten win. Charlotte, which is terrible. Maryland, which very well could miss a bowl this year. Northwestern, which probably won't even go to a bowl. Nebraska, which should go to a bowl, but also there's still some chance they don't, I think, if they lose out. Washington, which probably won't go to a bowl. Michigan State, which probably won't go to a bowl. They're 4-4. Nebraska's 5-2. So, like, at this point, we are probably looking at Indiana getting screwed and because the committee's going to sit here and say they didn't make conference championship game. We already have 3 from the Big Ten. They're 11-1. They have killed people, but the people they've killed, like they legitimately could have 1 win over a bowl team. Well, Michigan's going to make a bowl, so 2. 2 wins over bowl teams
But
where
even if
BYU
it's
and Iowa
4,
State are sitting there with ranked wins.
But even if it's 4 wins, like even in Michigan State and a couple others, I mean, our point is that Indiana's 11-1 could very well be as soft of an 11-1 as really a Power 4 team can put on paper.
I mean, David, I've got a pretty good stack of Indiana over 2.5 conference win total tickets sitting right here from the summer. Like, I mean, that's one of my largest positions of the season, just because I was like, this schedule sucks. I mean, I don't even think Indiana, I just, in my model, I was like, let's make Indiana the same power rating that JMU was last year, because that's where a large number of their transfers and coach came from. And let's plus it up a little bit with just a couple other things, because obviously it's like a really, 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 really good Sun Belt team, and put it with like the softest Big Ten West style schedule you've ever seen. And then models like they're going to go like 4-4. I was like, well, over 2.5 is a pretty good bet then for conference wins. If you think you're going to get 4,
Okay.
because the schedule's so bad. Meanwhile, BYU is going to have ranked wins over Kansas State, a couple of others. I don't think that these teams actually are going to combine, to win 36 games. But maybe they could, I guess. Indiana's probably going to lose, twice?
Well,
maybe not.
Well, if they don't lose this week, they may go 11-1.
That's true.
All right, SMU, kind of the same situation. If they get past Pitt this week, they got a good chance to put that donut up in the ACC. And with the ACC tie breaks, the way I'm reading it, Bud, it's all the conference opponents. And right now, they are ahead of Clemson. Doesn't mean they will be at the end, because there's a lot of games to be played. But if SMU wins this sucker on Saturday, they really could screw up what's going on in the ACC.
Yeah, so if they all go, I need to look into this tiebreaker scenario more. So if they all win out, Clemson gets screwed here?
As of today, Clemson would be the odd team out of undefeated Miami, SMU, and Clemson in ACC play.
That's scheduled to date, right?
The 5th tiebreaker apparently, as of now, would send Clemson into the title game.
Interesting.
I think isn't it
Mark?
Mark?
Miami. Right now, it's Miami. As of right now, it's the win percentage of conference opponents, because none of them play one another. Right now, Miami and SMU have the best percentage of conference opponents. Clemson would be out of the ACC title game as of today.
So the one thing which could change this is that SMU has played and beaten Duke, and Duke still has Miami, NC State, Virginia Tech, Wake Forest left. Like, Duke, not that they will lose out, but it's plausible that they finish 0-4 in the down the stretch, which would certainly impact it. I'm trying to think who else. Obviously, Pitt, for SMU. So is this current metric? This is not forward looking? Like, so are we counting the Pitt game already?
No, it's not. It's
just today.
This moment of time.
Okay, got it. So they're coming off the Duke win, but Duke still only has 2 conference losses. that makes some sense. You know, Clemson also gets Pitt, so that'll even up some stuff. Are we sure Miami doesn't get screwed?
Well, we're just going by this snapshot in time today.
Yeah, I'm just trying to forecast in my head here, like who they have left. Like Miami has Duke, Georgia Tech, Wake Forest, Cuse.
Right. By the way, Pitt getting 7.5 at SMU. Doesn't that seem like a lot of points?
I think SMU has played at a higher level. I mean, but like to me, are we sure people haven't figured out Pitt's offense a little bit? They scored like 40 last week, but it was three first half pick sixes in a game that I was about to throw stuff because I bet the under.
Right. Yeah, I think
thankfully it went under, but
yeah, Pitt I think had 220 yards of offense last week, but the three pick sixes will get it done.
And the prior game Pitt played was the Cal game, and Cal seemed to kind of figure it out. I'm still not totally sold on Eli Holstein. Like I was wrong about him in terms of how good he would be, but I don't think he's quite what the numbers say he is. Like he has a lot of drop pick sixes this year. 7.5 does seem decently big, but SMU may, I don't know. Like we'll see on that. That is interesting.
All right, Georgia and Florida. We've put the question to our audience today. You can beat Georgia, Florida fan, but that means Napier stays. I don't know deep down what Florida fan wants. The ones that have texted have all said we've got to beat Georgia. It's the Georgia game, got to beat the Dogs. But do you give them any shot at all to hang with Georgia on Saturday?
Not really. No, not after watching Kentucky Auburn, because like they're coming off the Kentucky win. I was like, that's a nice win for them. But also like in texting around with some people in coaching, and they're like, man, that's 2 games in a row. Kentucky's just quit. Like, so I'm a little skeptical.
Is that what's going on there? Because the rest of us are like, how in the world did Kentucky nearly beat Georgia and beat Ole Miss and
There's
have
something weird going on there,
and then go 1-7 in conference play, which they're threatening to do?
If you guys go watch it, like their D linemen, they ain't playing like they played against Georgia. They're just like kind of standing up, playing patty cake. Like it's a lack of that. Now look, Florida still had to go take it. Okay. Kentucky, I think I think there's some stuff going on there. I don't know what, but like it doesn't look like a Mark Stoops team. I know the quarterback's been hurt for them. I mean, he was 12 of 26 for 160 and 2 picks against UF. A UF defense that honestly, like everybody else, had pretty much carved to date. Now, I think they made some important changes. I think Florida is better for sure. But if Lagway only completes 7 for 14 for 259, which is what he went against Kentucky, I don't know that they're completing passes at a high enough rate. Like, I don't think Georgia's going to let them throw a million deep balls on them. Maybe they will, but I'd be surprised.
All right. The other ranked game this week, there's only 2, SMU Pitt, and then obviously the big one in the Big Ten, Ohio State at Penn State. Aller's going to be a game time decision at Penn State, although the backup quarterback played really well at Wisconsin last week. There were a bunch of them that did. What the heck's going on with the Buckeyes? To struggle with Nebraska like that after Nebraska got housed at Indiana? I mean, how much of that was Ohio State and how much of that was Nebraska finally finding a soul?
Probably a little bit of both. But I think you have to downgrade Ohio State now that they've lost their left tackle and their backup left tackle. I mean, this was a concern in the preseason. It was a concern that was a little bit alleviated when Josh Simmons was playing really well, and then he went down for the year against Oregon, and now their backup left tackle's out. And basically no teams out there have good tackle depth in the portal era. Because if you can play a little bit, you're not going to stay as a backup. You're probably going to go, and go get paid somewhere else. And I think that's probably going to be a fatal flaw for this Buckeyes team. Now, maybe they can find a way to run the quarterback a lot. They have not done so very much this year. I think the high number was like 9 carries for Will Howard against Iowa. So I would expect a lot of QB run, but Nebraska held the ball for a long time in that game as well, like a long time. They basically played it like a service academy. I think Ohio State had 46 snaps total, which is crazy. Like Will Howard was super efficient throwing the football, but you get 46 plays, it's hard to get margin on somebody and pull away unless you're scoring a touchdown on every single drive. So I think part of it was Nebraska executing better. They came out, they brought the fight to them. They were really physical up front. But man, like I don't think Ohio State up front on the offensive line is really where they need to be with these injuries. Like their backups they don't look like national title caliber.
Do you see an upset out there? Texas Tech and Iowa State, Michigan State beating Indiana, Michigan beating Oregon. Is there an upset that you're sensing this weekend, bud?
I don't think Michigan can do Oregon, but I am a little curious. I'm going to watch that game intently because I do wonder if Michigan can is Oregon's interior offensive line truly fixed, right? I don't know. But I do know Michigan's got some real dudes there, and I think Michigan's dudes on the D-line are still better than Ohio State's dudes. So that'll be the real test. That's probably the best test they will face all season, right? Even including the playoff, is those Michigan D tackles on the inside. So we'll see pretty quickly like how well Oregon operates. And it's their first real road game, unless you want to count the Purdue thing. But I mean, Purdue is Purdue. So I'm sure Michigan will come out with a game effort. I don't know if they can actually score on Oregon, which is also an important thing. They haven't really realized that this year in Ann Arbor, nor with my guys in Tallahassee. But I think that'll be an interesting test. I mean, Texas Tech, Iowa State, it could happen. Like, I don't think anybody in the Big 12 is that much better than anybody else. And I'm not picking it. Like, I actually think Iowa State wins the game, but it's not out of the realm of possibility because they're just – the talent differential is just not that great between these rosters. They're all, like, between, like, the 20th and 50th best roster in the country.
Duke have anything for Miami? They're a 3-touchdown dog.
I doubt it, to be honest. Duke's had – they've been so game, but they've also – like, they've been better than I thought, but also really lucky at the same time. So that probably runs out. But, like, this is a classic game where Miami plays with its food in recent years.
Well, plus it's a noon kick, and sometimes teams are a little lazy with the noon kickoff.
We joke about this, but, like, there's not a real home field advantage for Miami in these non-marquee matchups. I think there is a real home field in the really, really big games. Go back to when Notre Dame came to town like 4 or 5 years ago, like that kind of thing. I think there's a real home field advantage. But, I mean, like, think about last year. Even on senior day, Louisville comes in there, Miami's favored, and it's a dead atmosphere. Like, the Louisville fans were louder on TV and on senior day. Like, that, I don't know if Miami fans will show up. I mean, their team's undefeated, so I assume they will, but maybe I shouldn't assume that for a noon game against Duke. Probably shouldn't.
What about A&M and South Carolina? A&M's only a 2.5-point favorite. That's a low number for that game.
Well, that's a good question, because can A&M block South Carolina? I don't know. Who's going to play quarterback for A&M? I mean, we kind of assume it's one guy, but I don't know.
Well, Elko said he made the switch for strategic purposes.
Right.
That the way LSU was defending him, they needed a running quarterback, so he went to the running quarterback. So you tell me, you know how South Carolina is going to defend them. Do they need the running quarterback or the throwing quarterback?
I think they probably need the throwing quarterback. I don't know you can run on South Carolina quite as well. But can they block it up? I don't know. The other thing is, I don't know if South Carolina can score. A&M's defense is pretty damn good, and they handled LSU decently. South Carolina has shown no threats of a passing game. This is probably the ugliest game of the weekend, But part of the question here, I think you brought it up nicely. How many points does Elko think he needs to win the ball game? Like, if you gave him 20, does he feel good?
I think he'd feel 23-24.
Yeah, I mean, if you score 20, if you're A&M and you score 24 points, I think you're winning that game like the vast majority of the time, right?
I think he thinks that, yes.
Yeah, I think so too. So can you get to 24 with Reed? Because the question here, Reed only threw 2 passes last week. Everybody's like, oh, he came in and saved the game. Like, yeah, with his legs. And also, when he came into the run game, got a lot better because LSU actually had to defend it a little bit differently, and they had to respect his legs, and so it opened up some stuff for the backs. But now that South Carolina's seen that, like, other teams have seen this too, and there's some stuff he does where he doesn't really see it in terms of the passing game. So I don't know if you want to roll with Reed on the road in South Carolina.
He's Bud Elliott, 24/7 Sports. He's got Nolecast, got the Cover 3 podcast, CBS Sports HQ. Follow him on X at Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, Bud Elliott, the number 3, Bud Elliott 3. Bud, as always, thanks. Get your rest. You're a busy man.
Will do. See you guys.
Bud Elliott, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Chris Perkins is next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist's evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Come on, Chris Perkins.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, fourth and final hour of the show, only for the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for joining us on this hump day, the final Wednesday of October. As always, we talk a lot of football, little baseball, though. The season's still very much alive. Game 5 tonight in the Bronx. Yankees sending their ace to the hill. Dodgers don't really have one at this point. So maybe, just maybe, the Yankees make some history tonight. As Mark has pointed out throughout the show, no team in Major League Baseball history has been down 3-0 in the World Series and even forced a Game 6.
That is the most mind-boggling stat to me that we've had in a while. I just 24 times there have been opportunities for a sweep. 21 have been sweeps. This is now the 25th, and the other 3 all ended in 5 games. It just that floors me.
Of the mind-boggling stats that we've had this week, because we've had like one a day. Yesterday's stat was we had what, 9 or 10 in a row where the team down 3-0 got swept, and it had been since 1970 the last time a team down 3-0 won Game 4 to force a Game 5. And then our stat Monday, of course, was the Steelers having not lost a home Monday Night Football game since Chuck Noll was their head coach in 91. Chris Perkins is kind enough to join us right now. He of the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow Chris on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Chris, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Well, they did the unthinkable. They lost at home to Arizona after losing at home to Tennessee. It's over, right? Put a fork in them. Done. Trade everybody. Let's go.
You know what? It's kind of looking like that time. There's still time left. This is highly unusual to be saying that because look, the next 2 games at Buffalo, at the LA Rams, they're pretty much done. But I'm gonna ride this thing out. I'm going down with the ship. But yeah, realistically, the playoff hopes are realistically over right now because of how they've looked and who else is on the schedule.
Well, and that's, Chris, you've been talking about this since we've been talking back in August, is that the one thing about this Miami Dolphin team, even when healthy, they don't beat good football teams. So I don't know what makes us believe that they can go to Buffalo and get a win on Sunday.
I have no confidence that they're going to win on Sunday. I really don't. I think that their biggest hope to win this game is through the big play, and particularly the big play through the air. But as we've seen, teams have stopped that. This offense has just come to a standstill because you're not going to Tyreek or Jalen Waddle over the top on a consistent basis. We saw it against Jacksonville, what it does for the offense, right? Waddle has the 63-yard reception. Tyreek has that 80-yard touchdown after Javon Holland punches the ball out and pretty much saves the game. Those plays spark this team. They do a lot for this team. We haven't seen them. Last week we saw Achane have the 47-yard run but that was it. I mean, that was it. It's they have really choked the life and the threat and the excitement and the thrill out of this offense. And really, without the big play, they just they're really hard pressed to score more than 3 touchdowns in a game.
You know, Chris, bad teams find ways to lose games, and we can give them a bit of a pass in that they were without Tua, and obviously they were completely unprepared as an organization for life without Tua.
Yeah.
But the defense had really held up, and then when they really needed the defense, the offense puts 27 on the board, gives the defense a 2-score lead with 10 minutes to go. The defense falters. And Chris, that's what bad teams do. Offense shows up one week, defense falters. Defense shows up one week, offense falters. That's a bad team.
Yeah, it's a hallmark of inconsistency, right? And you're not playing complementary football. There's nothing that you do consistently well. And look, you talk about this defense. Jalen Ramsey had been having an outstanding season. Anthony Weaver, the defensive coordinator, had been having an outstanding season. They got carved up. They got outcoached and they got carved up. Trey McBride, the tight end for Arizona, is finding holes all over the field, whether it's man coverage with David Long or zone coverage. He's finding spots in the middle of the field. Jalen Ramsey gets burned. Look, incredible catch by Marvin Harrison in the end zone, but Jalen Ramsey is like a step and a half behind him. Just these inconsistencies that have happened. And look, I'll say this also, because my big thing is the run game. You need that run game for balance, but it's not going to win games for you. It should be a factor. It's not going to win games for you. You rush for 150, but the Dolphins get the ball with 8:51 left, and they're protecting a 27-25 lead. You have 4 runs. They go for 10 yards. The first 2 are for Mostert for 9, Ingold for 3, and you get the first down. But the next 2, Achane for -2 on first down, Mostert for 0 on first downs. Now you're in 2nd and long. You're in 3rd and long. You need a run game that you can just hand it off to somebody, and it's 3-4 yards on first down. Now you're in 2nd and manageable, 3rd and manageable. You can take time off the clock and protect that lead. This team is inadequate in many ways, and we saw it on both sides of the ball Sunday.
Is that the running backs that they have, or is that the offensive line, Chris, or is it really just a combination of both?
It's the run game. Sometimes it's the running back. Sometimes it's the offensive line. Sometimes you're asking this run game to do things it wasn't designed to do. This is a big play run game. It's not a run the last 9 minutes of the game off the clock so you can protect the lead. You need a guy like Chris Brooks for that, right? You need a burly running back. These guys are big play, paper cut type dudes until they break loose. And that doesn't spell protecting a lead at the end of a game. That doesn't spell converting a 3rd and 1. That doesn't spell producing in the red zone where you need hard yards. By the way, Jalen Wright looks like he fits the bill for all this stuff I'm talking about, right? Why the rookie hasn't gotten more carries, I don't know, and I could fault Mike McDaniel. I do fault Mike McDaniel for that. So that's another issue with the run game. But I think you have somebody who could do a decent job. For some reason, he's not getting enough carries.
Well, and Chris Brooks is the guy they traded away to Green Bay, right?
Yep.
For a wide receiver who's done nothing for them. I mean, once again, Chris Greer's having a really bad year.
Yeah, and no, Brooks they cut Brooks.
Right,
but yeah, Greer's having a rough year. Greer's having a really rough year. Look, has anybody seen Odell Beckham Jr. by the way? You
might as well trade him at this point, right, Chris? I mean, if you can get somebody to pick up, they owe him about $2 million for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Somebody might take a flyer on him for that. Baltimore probably would bring him back. That worked pretty well last year. Don't you at this point just have to trade Odell?
No, I don't think anybody's going to pay anything. He's played 33 snaps. Remember, he had the knee problem for the first 4 games. Nobody's going to give you anything for Odell. First of all, he's not physically fit. Second of all, you're a desperate seller. Like, why am I going to give you a 6th or 7th round pick to bail you out of a problem situation you got yourself in? And here's the thing, I had thought about the sell it all, if they fall to 2-6. I'm not sure you're getting anything. Who's going to give you something for Calais Campbell? For, in out of decency, you should go up to Teron Armstead and Calais Campbell and say, do you want to go to a contender? Do you want us to look? We're not going to send you to Carolina, but do you want us to look around? But if I'm another team, I'm not helping these guys out. They got themselves into this situation. If you want to give me Teron for nothing, of course I'll take them. I'm not giving you anything for Teron, OBJ, Raheem Mostert, Javon Holland, none of these guys. I don't think the league is going to bail them out of a situation they put themselves in.
Well, and is Chris Greer going to be allowed to make those moves because he doesn't have an extension? I mean, that's the whole other part of this. He could be working the phones all week. I don't know how much permission he's going to have to do the deals you're talking about, Chris.
Exactly. And look, and if they fall to 2-6, the conversations turn more towards next season. And do you want Chris Greer going shopping for your backup quarterback, shopping for your draft picks? Do you want him in charge? And then it's that domino effect, right? If you replace Chris Greer, well, the new GM might want his own head coach, and that new head coach might want his own quarterback. You know that they've given out all these extensions. You're kind of in bed with these people. So, you have to talk through these things and work through these things. But really, to me, it kind of starts with, if you're going to make serious change, you probably have to start with the GM. And what if the new GM doesn't want Mike McDaniel or doesn't want Tua? And so you've really got a lot of things, a lot of knots to untangle, I guess I should say.
When's the last time the Dolphins won a game like Sunday? Okay, where going on the road, playing a good team, they're a clear underdog. The most diehard fan is going to watch, but with no hope that they're going to win. When's the last time that because this would be the type of win that could totally springboard, Lions from 1-6 a few years ago, Eagles from 2-5. There was a team, the Packers were 2-5 last year, made the playoffs, but they need to do something seemingly they haven't done in 20 years.
Yeah. And, under Mike McDaniel, it would only be that Baltimore game his first year, right? And then the following week, they beat Buffalo 21-19 here in the game where all the Bills, the defenders wilted in the heat. They need that type of a two-step, because even if you win at Buffalo, you've got to back it up with the win at the Rams on Monday Night Football. So that I would say that's the 2-week stretch you're trying to emulate here. And that's what you've done in the Mike McDaniel era. That's the best you've done in the Mike McDaniel era by far. Before that, you're probably looking at maybe something in the Flores era when they started 1-7. You probably had dug out a tough road victory in that era. But, to me, you've got to – this is a tough two-step. And I know going to Baltimore where you've lost – or Buffalo, I'm sorry, where you've lost like 13 or 15 is tough. But if you win at Buffalo and lose at the Rams, you're kind of back where you are now. So I'm not trying to take it 2 steps at a time, but you kind of need to emulate that Baltimore-Buffalo two-step from 2022.
All right, Chris, we know you're working. Safe travels. All right, have a good weekend, and we'll talk next week.
All right, guys, I am at a charity event the Dolphins are sponsoring for Jason Jenkins, the late public relations guy. So I will do that, but we will talk next week. Thanks, guys.
Chris Perkins of the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Miller and Moulton. A lot to digest there. Had quite a few guests in a row. Got the good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, all in 25 minutes here on Miller and Moulton.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see the fight in the Penguins Wild game last night?
I did not.
So the Wild defenseman, he played Sid hard. Sid was trying to break out of the zone and went near the boards, and he checked him into the boards, and then he,
Rubbed him out.
yeah, and gave him the business a little bit, and Sid was giving it to him back, and the kid then went back at him and slashed him, and you just see this young Penguin defenseman just come off the bench like a shot and just go straight to the Wild guy. And he's, Crosby sees him coming, just kind of slips out of the way, and just the Penguins kind of like, I got it from here. Okay.
Well, what Rempe and Washington's big guy got at it last night too.
Well, yeah, it wasn't even Wilson. It was it McElrath or whatever?
Yeah, but he's like he's 6'5", 230 or something like that.
I know.
I saw the tail of the tape on a post. They didn't have the fight attached to it, unfortunately.
Rempe's actually not that good a fighter. He even said so last year. He said, I have to learn how to fight. Everybody thinks because I'm big, I know how to fight. I'm actually not that good. Adam, I've been saying Mostert that the Dolphins should trade him, and goodness knows Dallas needs 2 running backs. I love between Mac and Realtor Clark here. You guys getting a little deep, getting a little serious. I like it. 9 o'clock hour is always a little different on Twitch.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Heading down the home stretch of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Halloween tomorrow. So do you accompany your daughter? I mean, is there any outfits for anyone other than your daughter tomorrow? Or you and the wife hanging out in the golf cart? Or
I'll be in the golf cart, but I will be in costume. For the first time ever in my adult life with my child, she has convinced, coerced, somehow gotten my wife to buy costumes.
Wow.
And my daughter's into this series of movies called The Descendants. And I apologize. I don't even know who my daughter is for Halloween. She's one of the characters from The Descendants.
She's a descendant.
Right.
That's enough.
So it's a basically, if the Cinderellas of the world had kids, it's the kids of all the
right
Disney characters.
Well, here's my question though. There's you, your wife, and your daughter. Now,
Yes.
I'm guessing Grandma could come over.
Grandma's coming over to hand out candy.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. If you and your wife are accompanying your daughter, then no one's back at the ranch to hand out candy.
No, my Aunt Renee, my godmother's in town for a couple of weeks with my mom. So my mom and her sister will be at the house passing out candy.
What are you going with, by the way?
The good bag of chocolates, if you will. Costco has the bag with the Reese's, your 100 grand, your plain and peanut M&Ms, Snickers, Milky Way, Three Musketeers. I think the Mounds bars in there, which is the crap of the bag. I mean, that's the bottom of the barrel, and no kids pick that. But my mother loves coconut, so we end up dumping all the Mounds on my mother.
Are these the mini ones, or are these
full? No, they are the mini ones. We don't do the full-size bars. I work in radio.
I understand. I'm just speaking as like the kid who shows up at your house, though. It's just, although come to think of it, I mean, the portion size of everything's getting so small. I don't even know if kids today get disappointed when they get the minis. I mean, remember we had David Garrard of the Jags on?
Totally.
And
right after he got the starting job with the Jags.
Right. So, and this is in our first act. We're in the afternoon. We've got Garrard on, and I don't know if it was Halloween or it was the day before Halloween, but you asked him, you said, "Hey, man, okay, you're the new starting quarterback at the NFL team." He goes, "Yeah." You said, "Pressure on you in the neighborhood for Halloween." And it was like right around now. It was 29th, 30th, 31st of October, something like that. And he starts laughing, and he goes, "Oh, yeah." And he had just gotten the job like a week or so earlier from Leftwich. And he jokingly laughed. He goes, "Man, that is a great question. We had to go out shopping. I had to go get the bigger bars."
Absolutely. There is pressure because the kids talk. They know where the good stuff's at.
Totally. And that's what he said. He goes, "When I was the backup quarterback, this candy 2 weeks ago, fine. Now I got to hand out the biggest candy bars I can get my hands on."
So you just going to have that on your house, okay, on the door or on the mailbox? Hey, I'm in radio. You know.
Well, most everybody in our neighborhood's giving the little candy. So you're a superhero if you're giving big bars in our neighborhood. So I credit those who do it. I always like the one thing that I will say in our neighborhood, there's usually 1 or 2 stops where they have the candy for the kids and then either Jell-O shots or some sort of cocktail for the adults.
Oh.
I know the golf cart cooler will be full with beverages for the trek around the neighborhood.
Nice.
And with, I mean, maybe you probably have the radio on the NFL game if it gets started by then, if we're still out by 8:15.
Oh, that's heading out a little late.
It's probably should get home by kickoff. I would imagine we'll be close to home, early first quarter at the very latest.
Okay. All right. And she's a descendant, correct?
Yeah, and I'm a bad father. I don't know which one she is.
Well, I have to admit that's just vague enough where, like, I have no idea what you're talking about. This whole, Descendants
I got
movie theme thing. Because, Mark, the Descendants, I mean, makes it sound like, it could be George Washington. It makes it sound like it could be from Planet of the Apes. I mean, the Descendants, we could go pretty far back here. Roman Empire. I mean, honestly, you're like, what's your daughter going as? She's one of the Descendants. I'm done at that point. I'm like, wow, what genre is that? What administration is that? Okay. Man, she's a descendant. Damn. So you got me.
Fair enough. The movies have been around for about probably a little more than I think this is the 4th one. So a little more than a decade of this run of films, but it's in between daughter and granddaughter for you. You'll get them in the next run.
Right. Daughter's, mid approaching late 20s and granddaughter's turning 3. Right. So I've been out of the game. I mean, the last time I remember my daughter in a costume, she like doubled down. She wore the toilet back-to-back years.
Outstanding costume, by the way.
It was.
We went to the trunk or treat at the church over the weekend, and one of my daughter's friends, the Stanley, the cups that that everybody has to have. One of her friends was dressed as of the Stanley Cup, not the hockey Stanley Cup,
right?
Which I may go as one year, would be fantastic. But she went as the actual mug, and I thought that was a pretty good costume. I'm like, that wins for me. But it reminded me of your daughter in the toilet costume, because there's accessories to that. It was not an easy costume to wear.
No, but it was awesome because you open the door and there's a person and they're wearing a toilet. But then when they pick up the seat, that's where you put the candy. It was awesome. Loved it. She wore it 3 times, including back-to-back years. Yeah, I was not giving that costume away. Because if she wasn't going to wear it, I was going to try to figure out how I was going to go in it.
So Halloween tomorrow night.
Yep.
I'm wearing a costume. I will not wear it for the show tomorrow. I can assure you will not see me in any sort of a costume for the show tomorrow morning. There's a chance you'll see David in some costume.
I do have stuff in the closet. All right.
Could you find it, though?
Oh, yeah. I know right where it is. Oh, yeah.
So the top-notch studio microphone, you have no idea where that is, but you could find a costume in the closet.
Well, I know the microphone is in the room, and I know it's packed away in something, probably plastic. So I probably could find it, although I can only lift things with one arm right now, so I don't even know if I could get to it. But one of the costumes is actually hanging up on a hanger. Now, I don't know if I can get in it.
That would be a problem. Your one-arm dressing could really create havoc trying to get into something more than a polo shirt.
And then if I got in it, goodness knows about getting out of it. I mean, I'm into our Twitch audience, and this is how the folks in Jacksonville take us in on the Action News Jax app.
they take us off of Twitch so they see us. So, I'm willing to invest time and effort into representing tomorrow on Halloween. But
I mean, I could always, people say I look like Jimbo Fisher. I could always go as Jimbo, but I don't know what polo shirt to wear because he's not coaching anywhere right now.
So if you do tomorrow, do you just talk really fast and with an accent?
Really fast, we're done. A lot.
So you and I will be doing halftime interviews throughout the game. I'll be asking questions, and you'll be covering 17 topics in 9 seconds.
On that note, haven't coaches gone out of their way to try to be nicer to the halftime reporter? There's been so many shots given over the years that it seems that the coaches have now finally lightened up and realized it's part of their job. And, maybe they're somewhat pleasant to the person on the other side. Miller and Moulton.
Glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Darcy, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I'm with you, Adam. Trunk or treating's lame. Although I had to laugh. I think, David, I've told you about the priest at the church who's the Eagles fan. He's zipping around the trunk or treat in his golf cart, and he stops by and says hi to me. And I figured he knows me from my daughter, who does a lot, because I don't do a damn thing.
Right.
The wife does, the daughter does. I don't do anything. And he caught me on my phone, and he goes, "Checking scores, aren't you?" I'm like, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am."
No, Despicable D. Absolutely not. You can't do that. If he says he can play, you got to play him.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. The Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Before we get to the good, bad, and ugly, what's on tap today was the day when our final thoughts are pick or two. So the numbers came in last night. Game 3 of the World Series, Monday night on Fox and Fox Deportes and Fox Streaming, up against Monday Night Football, ABC, ESPN, ESPN Deportes. So this is a fair fight. This is head-to-head. Monday Night Football, Giants, Steelers, Game 3 of the World Series, Dodgers, Yankees. Who won the fight?
Football won the fight.
No, it did not.
Wow, really?
It was close. Baseball won the fight by 200,000 to 400,000 viewers.
That's such a win for baseball.
And think about the series was 2-0, and the game was not, overly exciting. 2-0 early, 3-0 early, 4-0 fairly early, 4-0 until 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. A bunch of pitching changes. Game took a long time. That game ended like 11:40.
And the football game was competitive.
It was. It was tied going to what? Late third was the punt return for the touchdown that broke it open. Or broke the tie anyway. So, yes, by about 250,000, say, on average. Baseball beat Monday Night Football head-to-head. We're talking like 13.7 million versus 13.5 type deal. But Yeah. And so now if you're Major League Baseball, you got a game 4 last night unopposed, and now you're going to get a game 5 tonight. And then football can have its, Thursday night game. What are we talking? Jets and Texans. And then if you're baseball, you're like, oh, if we could get a game 6.
Go ahead.
How about that, Mark?
I'm stunned. I really am. I thought football would get it. I thought it would be close, but I'm really surprised baseball won that battle. What press releases should be coming out, every hour from Major League Baseball right now.
Oh, yeah. Fox and Major League Baseball late last night and today just going crazy.
One other little news of note, David. We got a texter who said, hey, no bad-mouthing Mounds candy bars. So someone other than my mother likes a Mounds candy bar. We found the person. I thought for a minute I had to double-check the number to make sure it wasn't just my mom texting the show.
Now, I will say, I do prefer Mounds to Almond Joy. I don't prefer either. But if...
In a pinch, what you're telling me, end of the bag, all that's left is the Mounds, you're going to eat it.
Yeah, if I'm still in the mood for candy, I will. If it's Almond Joy, I probably won't.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
And that's a valid point because, David, almonds, while, yeah, you can eat an almond, but that really just screams, I'm on a diet, I'm trying to be healthy.
I just don't think almond should go with chocolate. I just think it's a bad mixture. It's like, maybe with something else. I don't know. Cheese, perhaps? I don't know. This doesn't work for me.
No green beans, almondine on your platter. That is what you're telling me, David? We start in 1938. Actually, that's not true. We start in 1873. P.T. Barnum's Circus, the greatest show on earth, debuts in New York City. 1888. John J. Loud patents the ballpoint pen. Thank you, Mr. Loud. 1938. The radio broadcast of the War of the World, narrated by Orson Welles, allegedly causes a mass panic. Today in 1945, Branch Rickey signs Jackie Robinson to a contract with the Montreal Royals, the top minor league affiliate of the Brooklyn Dodgers. 1974, a couple of things happen. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre premiered, and the Rumble in the Jungle. Ali KO's Foreman in the 8th round in Zaire and regains the heavyweight world boxing title. That's the rope-a-dope fight. Today in 2002, Jam Master Jay, founding member of Run DMC, is shot and killed at his recording studio. 2013, the Red Sox win in 6. David Ortiz is your MVP. And 5 years ago, the Nationals beat the Astros in 7 to win their only title. Steven Strasburg, the MVP. Christopher Columbus, John Adams, Diego Maradona, all born today. The Fonz is 79, David. Kevin Pollak is 66 and Ty Detmer's 57. What did I miss?
No, you hit all the notes today. Outstanding job.
Once in a while. Once in a while.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
It's not a lot of money, but I liked this story because how many of you over time in a birthday card, whether at work or at home, that someone bought you a scratcher? Your chance to win big money for a couple of bucks at a birthday present. Well, Brianna Van Hoos got a $50 Millionaire Club scratch-off ticket as a birthday present from her aunt. Turned out it won her $36,000. Most I've ever gotten from a free lottery ticket from a relative or a friend is probably either $2 or a free ticket. Not even a $50 winner. What's the most you ever won on a scratcher, David? You ever won more than $50?
No way. No way. Mark, I honestly don't recall ever winning with lottery tickets anything over 20. Seriously. I don't know why I continue to buy them. I think because I think I'm due.
For the bad, we go to Ohio, where an Ohio neighborhood, for whatever reason, likes to hang the plastic jack-o'-lantern treat buckets. And deer are going into the neighborhood and getting their heads stuck in the plastic jack-o'-lantern. The Westlake Police Department has shared photos with deers with the jack-o'-lantern stuck on their faces and are asking the public to potentially remove the hazardous decor from their yards that could wrap around a deer's head. Finally, the ugly. We go to Boca Grande, where Teresa Lessa is accused of writing fake checks to herself from the restaurant she worked at, stealing nearly $100,000 from her employer. It started in May of 2023, but they didn't realize it until April of 24. Restaurant will work hard to get their money back, as I'm sure she spent it on scratchers. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, October the 30th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Remember, a $10,000 sign-on bonus for new police officers. CapeCops.com is where you go. CapeCop.com's jobs, other jobs are there. They're not offering the $10,000 bonus. The $10,000 bonus is for new police officers. So go to CapeCops.com to inquire about a job.
Tell you what, we're taking it on the chin here with the Mounds and the Almond Joy discussion. All right. People coming out of the woodwork. A, they love their almonds. B, they think almonds and chocolate are a good combination. All right. I think we're going to get beat up over this one.
I'll take the beating.
Okay.
I'm on team no almond.
Got a text from a buddy of mine who's like, if you eat almonds, you don't get cancer. I'm like, well, hell, I wish somebody had told me that, 30, 40 years ago. I would have, prevented what befell me a few years ago. But all right. I don't know, though. If I was a kid and you told me that, do you think it would have convinced me to eat an Almond Joy?
No, not a chance. And like the song says, I like coconut. Smells like ladies lying in the sun, but I don't need to eat a lot of coconut.
Listen, it's another one of the 55 days, Mark. We got football tonight.
Yes, we do.
And of course, since it's midweek football, there's a good chance that one of them's on the CBS Sports Network, which we don't know if that actually counts. But Jacksonville State against Liberty. Liberty coming off a loss. Come on, what are the odds they lose 2 in a row? They're at home, and they're only a 2-point favorite against Jacksonville State.
It's because they're not that good this year.
No, they're not. Their record's a total fraud. It's because they've played a schedule even easier than last year's schedule, which most didn't think was possible. Kennesaw State coming off their first win against Liberty. 7:30 on the Deuce at Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky's a 24-point favorite. Those games are at 7 and 7:30 on CBS Sports Network and ESPN2. Obviously, 8 o'clock Fox, Game 5. Yanks and Dodgers. Yanks, actually pretty solid favorite, minus $155. And I have to admit, I'm leaning Yanks. I don't think Cole loses both his starts, but wow, I can get I can get odds. I can win a few shekels on the Dodgers. Huh. Over under 8.5. What do you think?
Over.
Yeah, I'm with you. Dodgers, by the way, if you think about it, I mean, until the slam in game 1, they had scored 2 runs. Obviously, they ended up with 6, but they've scored 4 runs 3 games in a row. If the Yankees are going to hold the Dodgers to 4 runs,
the Yankees win tonight.
Well, it also makes you wonder how many more W's they may have in them. Just think about it. That's all. Hoops tonight. A lot of games. Knicks and Heat in Miami. Knicks a 2.5-point favorite. Orlando in Chicago. 5.5-point road favorite. I mean, that's how you know the Magic are a good team. They go on the road. They're favored all the time now. But LeBron's in Cleveland to face the unbeaten Cavs. Cavs a 4.5-point favorite. Your 4-letter network doubleheader, Celtics-Pacers, a rematch of the Eastern Conference Finals. Celtics off to a 4-0 start. 6.5-point favorites at 7 o'clock. Then at 9:30, you still into Wemby? And you want to watch the team that's going to represent the West in the NBA Finals, Oklahoma City? Spurs and Thunder, 9:30. That's the second game of the double dip.
Not a whole lot of hockey tonight, but the Lightning are in action on the road. They take on Colorado. Colorado a slight favorite, so you can get Vasilevsky and some odds on the road with the Lightning.
And you do get a hockey game on TNT tonight. It's Las Vegas and the LA Kings at 10 o'clock. No early game, just a late game. That's very interesting. By the way, did you see what the Los Angeles did last night? Of course, the name now escapes me, but one of their better players missed a team meeting during the day. Kevin Fiala. And I guess they had a team meeting in the morning or whatever. He missed it. They scratched him.
As well they should.
I'm just saying, hey, the whole team thing is big. Richardson taps out. I'm too tired. Lost his job. Fiala doesn't show up for a team meeting. Benched.
See what Chicago does with their corner there, Stevenson, who was, waving to the crowd instead of getting ready for the play.
I would have cut him. I know. But Pat said suspend him, just bench him for the week and what have you. I know. Yeah, I got a young team. I think I'd get their attention. Miller and Moulton. Have a great rest of your hump day, and we'll see you tomorrow on Halloween. Thanks for listening.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton